Chapter 816 Striking Beast Taming Sect. Chapter 816 Striking Beast Taming Sect. Proofreader, Papatonks. Why are you here? You can tell from the concealing array and sacred stones, this is beyond the reach of the realm of sects, a place where we'll be facing real experts. You're forfeiting your lives by coming here. Seeing the three weird faces as they struggled to get up, Juefan reminded them the sixth prince snickered. Sir Jua, if I said I'll take you to where you want to go, then I'm not about to give up halfway. I can find the rest of the way by myself. Juefan spoke frowning. Lianer held Juefan in a steady gaze. We already offended the crown prince. His Majesty said this place hides some great calamity for Quanrong as well. I want to prevail here and ask His Majesty for forgiveness. The fact that something was sealed here shows it's beyond something any of you can handle. This gamble will end with your death. Glancing over, Juefan turned to Tuoba Lufeng. And what's your excuse? Scratching his distracted back, Tuoba Lufeng panted as he pointed at Lianer. I came for her. Funny enough, your reason is the most plausible. Now take them and get out. Juefan nodded and walked further in the sixth prince, and Lianer spoke hastily. We're not leaving. We're coming with you. Tuoba Lufeng frowned, looking above at the unclimbable black hole, and shook his head. Just how deep is this? We can't fly here either and ended up having a rough landing. Yeah, hey Sir Jua, why didn't you fall? The sixth prince turned to Juefan. He took a look around and said, There's a spatial bind array here that prevents flying. What about you? The spatial bind array is a 6th grade array. Anything beneath 7th grade can't affect ethereals. Since I formed my soul, the array doesn't work on me. Walking ahead, Juefan said, You can't go back and I don't have time to waste undoing the array. You'll just have to come along. Sure. Cheering inside, the two went right after him. Tuoba Lufeng had no choice but to go as well. Frowning, Juefan, who do you figure dug this tunnel behind the Imperial Palace? Juefan replied, We'll know when we reach the end. Also, it had to be an ethereal stage expert for sure. Why so sure? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Juefan spoke, looking around. No one would set an array just to tie themselves up. He had placed a 6th grade array, the dividing line between ethereal stage and the rest of the world. With the secular world being made up of people below this line, this showed he did not want them to enter here, only ethereal stage experts. Or maybe only to let his men in. Yeah. Juefan nodded, his eyes sharp. In the Quanrong lands, besides mortals, there's also a sect. Beast Taming Sect. The trio cried and Juefan nodded. Yes, one can assume this path leads to Beast Taming Sect. It won't matter to me if there are heaps of experts, not when they all come from a meager lower 3 sect. As for you 3-inch, we'll be fine. With Sir Jua here, nothing can touch us. The sixth prince chuckled without an ounce of shame. Juefan smiled. Don't be too happy. I can protect myself, but I can't say the same for deadweight. The sixth prince scratched his head and Lianer huffed. Beast Taming Sect is watching over the Quanrong Empire. Why would it harm us when we did nothing wrong? They're also a righteous sect that preaches reason. Yeah, if we meet any from the Beast Taming Sect, we'll just say we stumbled upon this tunnel, then make our identities known. They should at least give the commander's children some leeway. Tuoba Lufeng nodded. The sixth prince snickered while Juefan mocked. Ignorant, have you stopped to think why this tunnel is so hidden? Be it righteous or demonic path, both sides have things to hide. Once someone barges in, killing is the norm, don't you think? Shuddering, the Tauba siblings paled. Juefan made fun of them. Only the sixth prince looked at Juefan in earnest. We'll have to trust Sir Jua to protect us then. Like I said, I can only protect myself. I don't think so. The sixth prince cocked an eyebrow. The way I see it, you can do it but just don't want to. I heard that on your way to Double Dragon Manor, you and those 3 girls from Mystical Heaven Sect were ambushed by the Universal Righteous Sect. but you chose to perish for their sake, helping them escape like a true hero. Serjois, as your fan, the least I am is well informed. The other two started, looking at Juefan in shock. They never thought a guy like Juefan would be so selfless. Pausing, Juefan recalled that dreaded day of separation, and regret clouded his eyes, sighing, "It's fake. If I died for them, then who is standing before you now? Anyway, no one can stop Serjois when he puts his mind to something. If Serjois wants to save someone, no one can kill them." Ignoring Juefan's reply, the sixth prince spoke with respect and pride. Juefan smiled inside, and sighed. He wasn't a god. If he was so great, he wouldn't fear the likes of Heavenly Sovereign. He wouldn't have had to leave Qingqing. Juefan's face looked lonely as he thought. "Ack!" Cries came from deeper into the tunnel. Juefan's group rushed forward. Following the sounds, the four arrived at the end, and a series of stone doors were presented before them. One door was opened just a crack. Slipping from within was the yellow light of a burning candle. Groans were also coming from within. Along with heavy panting, the group approached the door and peeked through the gap. They saw a man and a woman entangled, with Yuan Qi flowing between them. Lunar was still a pure lady, and witnessing such an explicit event had her blushing. As she staggered in shock, she kicked a rock away. "Who's there?" the man roared, twisting his head their way. Lunar gave an apologetic look to Juefan, forgiving them away, but Juefan did not care. He opened the stone door wider and strutted in. "Brother, are you finished? I have some questions." "You have some nerve. Who the hell are you people? What gives you the right to barge in my training room?" the man roared. The woman he was entangled with laid on the bed and looked with disdain. Juefan had a thin smile. "Are you from the beast taming sect? Is there some special place here with thick spiritual energy especially fit for cultivating? Where the hell did you come from? Who are you to think about my beast taming sect's precious training grounds?" The man sized the four up, then mocked. "You're either crazy or morons. You want to get to it with so few numbers? You must be suicidal, ha ha ha." The man cackled, but Juefan shook his head. "Yeah, I came here to die. Since that's the case, can you tell me where it is before we die?" "Humph, it'll only be a waste to tell you," the man shouted, and a leopard shot from his body, charging at the four. Four barging into beast taming sect. Bam! Juefan's eyes shone coldly, and a scarlet dragon claw shot from his body, swatting the oversized cat. The feline was destroyed with that one blow, vanishing into nothing. Shuddering, the man stared at Juefan in disbelief. Who the hell are you?" "It'll only be a waste to tell you." Juefan's evil grin was on full display. Plop. The man slumped dead with eyes wide open. He died, still shocked at how a radiant stage cultivator managed to kill him so fast. "Ah!" the woman on the bed shrieked, seeing the guy dead. Then a shadow flashed and struck the woman. Her eyes rolled back and she slumped dead as well. Looking closer, the attacker was actually the sixth prince, but instead of being his usual overexcited self, he looked on with bloodshot eyes, shaking from the hatred and rage. Chapter 817, King Among Beasts. Chapter 817, King Among Beasts. Proofreader, Papatonks. What's wrong with him? It was the first time anyone saw the sixth prince lose control. The Tauba siblings looked at Juefan with a questioning gaze. Juefan eyed him, realizing something. Then he turned around and continued walking deeper into the pitch-black tunnel. Lunar caught up. "Curious, Juefan, do you know something we don't?" "I don't." "Then why did the sixth prince strike?" "To silence her. Go ask him if you want." Juefan spoke with a cold face. Lunar pouted and stomped. The sixth prince took a deep breath to calm himself, then went after them. His mood never went back to his cheerful self, actually turning graver than Juefan. Lunar was perplexed and dying to know, but Tuoba Lufeng shook his head. Something was definitely up, everyone could see it, but it was not like you could just ask about it. Even if they did, he might not reply. So the better option here was to stay silent and not provoke him. Lunar had to stifle her suspicion for now. As the group went forward, they soon reached the end of the tunnel, faced with a pitch-black stone wall. Lunar asked, "A dead end?" "Ha ha ha, fool, if it's a dead end, how did that couple get here to enjoy themselves? Besides, with how many rooms there are around, with the guy calling it his training room, it's clear that people come here often to train." Zhuofan mocked Gurley. "Did you leave you head outside the cave? You must really have no care for your life, ha ha ha." Lunar was fuming mad. "Why you?" Ignoring her, Zhuofan felt the stone wall and grinned. "This is a defensive array, just like the one back in Demon Scheming Sect. Without a specific technique of the sect, one just can't get in." "What now? We're no beast taming sect disciples. How could we know the right technique?" The sixth prince shouted. Zhuofan ignored him. "You sound quite sure this is beast taming sect's land. Didn't you just say the same thing? And also that guy." The sixth prince showed a bright smile, snickering. Zhuofan said, "It was just a guess, and that guy said he was from the beast taming sect, not that this is its land." "I guessed it then." The sixth prince blurted. "Oh? Then should we go on?" The sixth prince looked hard at Zhuofan. Lunar found it very odd. Zhuofan had been going about looking for something from the start. Why then is he starting to question the sixth prince? Or is it something the sixth prince asked him to find? The sixth prince was the only one who knew Zhuofan's intention. So the sixth prince bowed. "I'm accompanying Sir Zhua to look for what Sir is after. It is at Sir's discretion to continue or not. To me it's nothing, while it spells trouble to you. Going back just like that?" His brow quivering, the sixth prince pondered, then nodded. "Everything will go per Sir Zhua's wishes. As your fan, I can only give you my full support." "In that case," Zhuofan nodded. The sixth prince stared at the wall with a tense heart. "We go on." Zhuofan grinned and came to a decision. The sixth prince was beaming with joy. The Tauba siblings were stumped. What's up with them? Is it Zhuofan looking for something, or sixth prince? Ignoring their curious gazes, Zhuofan's left eye flashed with a black thunder flame. It shot straight at the wall. Apocalyptic thunder flame eye. The minute mote of fire exploded into a roaring flame. The tiny flicker of flame looked small, but it exploded the instant it touched the whole wall, covering it in scorching flames. SSS. The black thunder flame licked the wall, with the lightning crackling over it, jarring the ears of those present. The spectators were afraid of it, getting away from it so it would not jump on them and kill them as well. They had no clue what that thing was to give off such dread. Just looking at it was like staring death in the face. The pitch-black wall burned away to reveal a 3-meter-tall exit. Beyond it was a lush forest, mesmerizing and soothing. The thick spiritual energy hit them head-on. It really is beast taming sect's land. With an evil smirk, Zhuofan led them out, happily looking around this paradise. Figured as much. A whirlwind tunnel can be a paradise or hell, but no matter which, no one from the secular world can have it. Only a sect can truly take it for itself. I should have known the minute I got to Quanrong. The first place to look had to be the beast taming sect. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan showed a pleased smile, while the other three were taken in by the glorious sights around them. Bam! A loud sound echoed as two creatures 100 meters tall arrived before them with their claws ready. The trio were startled, paling and crying. 7th grade spiritual beast? And two of them? The beast taming sect was known in the Western lands for their beast-related skills. All the cultivators in Quanrong also followed a similar path when they trained. They might get to tame the spiritual beast outside, but a 7th grade spiritual beast was beyond them. But in the beast taming sect, two of such creatures appeared, scaring them to death. Only Zhuofan, having seen the true king among beasts, disregarded them. A black flame flashed in his eye as Zhuofan spoke. "Beat it." Shuddering, the two spiritual beasts showed dread in their eyes. Then they blacked out and slumped on the ground. Zhuofan's outrageously destructive aura knocked them right out. The others looked at Zhuofan agape. They knew Zhuofan could scare beasts, but now he could knock them out. Just where the hell did he learn this strange beast art? Zhuofan was stunned as well. He only wanted to scare them off, but then they suddenly collapsed. The destructive thunder flame really is beyond the 5 great sacred beast powers, even more effective than the azure flame. He grinned and walked on. He finally felt he was king among beasts. In an ancient and quaint hall, a pale middle-aged man was sitting on a throne. The lines of elders on each side released powerful auras. Ethereal stage experts looking at the jade slip flashing in his hand. The middle-aged man frowned. The fighting is tense. I thought getting Xie Wuyue's 1,000 sacred stones was an easy deal, but even with our 50 ethereal elders joining the war against Tianyu, we're still at a standstill. Even worse now that Elder Lane is asking for help. What do you think? One elder shook his head. Sect leader, in the recent years, Tianyu's power has grown beyond anything we've seen. Even without the Empire's 3 guardian sects stepping in, they alone have the strength to not only fight back our 50 ethereal stage experts, but even hold the advantage. Another elder stood and bowed. From what I can tell, for us to win, we have to send more men. Bam! Following the loud noise, a buffed man with black beard shot in rage. Humph, send what? The elders and venerables we sent must be heavily wounded if not dead. Sending any more will only mount our casualties. This is a problem between Tianyu and the 3 guardian sections. Xie Wuyue wants to waken those traitors and wants to do it through us. Ren Xiaoyun wants to use the weakened Luo clan to control Tianyu as well. That's why he's holding back and watches from afar. But this is Tianyu's problem. What does it have to do with us? Have you forgotten the bitter lesson from 8 years ago? Tianyu is cunning, twisted, and treacherous. Last time they took a large piece of fertile land, cutting our income by half. Are we to do it again? Yeah, that's true. It's best we don't get in other people's business. The other elders nodded. The sect leader crushed the jade slip, hesitating. Was he to send more men or draw them back? He was in a dilemma, trying not to fall for those bastards' plot. Again just then, a sound echoed throughout the sect. Chapter 818, Rampage. Chapter 818, Rampage. Proofreader, Papatonks. Someone broke the sect's defensive array. Sect leader cried out, "Elders and venerables, follow me. Let's see who had the nerve to barge into beast taming sect." Everyone bowed. "Yes, sir." Sect leader flew out with the elders behind him, leaving an empty and desolate hall in an eerie silence. "Stop!" Zhuofan had entered the beast taming sect, and was letting the flower spirit lead the way again. His entourage was looking around scared and jittery. But when they saw Zhuofan's laid-back attitude, they sighed. "Dude, we're sneaking into another's home, practically like thieves. Can't you act like one?" Strolling around like this in their own backyard would get unneeded attention. "The only reason we're sticking around is because a 7th-grade spiritual beast can pop up anytime. But you're too damn conspicuous. It's like you're asking to be found." The team barely took a few steps before 2 disciples blocked their path. "You arrogant bastards, how dare you barge into beast taming sect? Who the hell are you?" The trio ducked behind their guard. Zhuofan glanced over the 2. "You don't know already? Why the useless questions?" "How are we to know?" The 2 started pointing at his face. Zhuofan declared, "Didn't you call me arrogant bastard? Well, there you have it." Lianer giggled. The 2 disciples roared, "You're toying with us? Die." One disciple charged towards Zhuofan at full power. Zhuofan didn't spare him a look, merely punching the air. Bam. The disciple went out in a puff of blood, gone from this world. The other disciple panicked, now realizing the enemy was in the 8th layer radiant stage, while the 2 of them were just in the 4th. He did not flee, however, raising his hand. A flaming eagle 2 meters large cried, as it made itself known, 6th-level spiritual beast, scorching eagle. Lianer cried out laughing. The disciple looked smug. Yes, a 6th level spiritual beast, ha ha ha. You'd never guess that disciples from the beast taming sect aren't just cultivating themselves, but paired with spirit animals to display their true power. You may be in the 8th layer, but against a 6th level spiritual beast. Shriek. The eagle cried in fear, knocked out cold. Across from it, Zhuofan's left eye flashed with black thunder flame. Ugh. The disciple was dumbstruck, his mind numb as he watched his dear spirit animal. What just happened? A punch came while he was still perplexed, turning him into another bloody mist to feed the grass. Zhuofan looked at the flower spirit in his hand. Which way? Jerking, the spirit looked scared as well, pointing out the right direction. Zhuofan strutted onwards. The Tauba siblings were speechless. They thought Zhuofan had the nerve only out there, but he was on a rampage. Even in a sect only the 6th prince was overjoyed, beaming at Zhuofan's attitude. It went to show Zhuofan had the power to cleave through the beast taming sect. That's my idol. So awesome, he grinning. The prince walked after him, leaving the Tauba siblings to sigh as they dragged their feet. Since we're in this as well, might as well see it through. Zhuofan and company strolled further in, head high, chest out, right in the middle of the beast taming sect's home. Many disciples came to visit them, but were destined to be reduced to nothing from Zhuofan's bloody welcome. Even as more and more kept coming, Zhuofan had no trouble. It led to an odd feeling of safety for Lianer, despite the brutality surrounding the trio. Tuoba Lufeng, the young commander who had gone through many wars, noticed that despite the danger, it was also followed closely by calmness. This was a mood Zhuofan made. As long as he led the way, they were unaffected whatsoever. He now understood why the Luo clan relied so much on Zhuofan. It can't be that the Luo clan also felt like they were on vacation fighting us in that war 8 years ago, right? That would be so embarrassing. Though there's a high chance it was true. Sighing, Tuoba Lufeng watched the straight back in front. He's deadly to enemies and dependable to his allies. I'd rather be his ally though. Boom. The rumbling never stopped as beast-taming sect disciples kept coming in waves. But the tide was soon followed by stillness as each crumbled to nothing from Zhuofan's punches. It didn't take long for the death count to go up to the thousands. The following disciples now felt fear, staring as Zhuofan's team walked on while they shook back from his path. Whoosh. Beast-taming sect's sect leader, elders and venerables finally arrived. Seeing their disciples in fear, they roared, "What are you doing? Attack, get those thieves!" Sect leader, the guy is a monster. We can't do anything to him. He already killed thousands of our brothers and none of them even touched him. It will only end up with all of us dying for nothing. A disciple bowed, reporting his plight. The other disciples nodded. The sect leader looked around, at the field of corpses, then at Zhuofan. 2nd layer, 5th layer and 8th layer radiant stage? Then there's a profound heaven cultivator too? You mean to tell me this was all done by those 4? No, sect leader, just him. The rest were hiding behind him. The disciple pointed at Zhuofan in fear. The sect leader frowned, more shocked than ever. Just one man slaughtered my disciples. How? What about your spiritual beast? You couldn't do it even when working together? It was better if he hadn't asked. The disciples looked crushed, almost crying. Sect leader, we don't know why, but our spiritual beasts just refuse to come out. They'd rather stay in their rings than fight that guy. They seem afraid. Seriously? The sect leader was stunned, then sized Zhuor up. He turned to his elders. Take out your spirit animals. See if there's any problem. Ha ha ha, sect leader. My spirit animal has been with me for decades and always answers. It's not like those newly tamed beasts the disciples have. The disciples' methods must be lacking. In times like these, it is up to us, their elders, to show them how it's done. Yeah, our sect is expert in rearing spiritual beasts. But I see the new generation don't train too hard anymore, making our sect look bad. It seems we'll have to set these twerps straight, ha ha ha. The oldies were so smug even before their pets came out. The disciples were silent, not like they could complain. Sect leader was annoyed. Getting the enemy is more important. Elders, the one to capture this kid will definitely be remembered. No worries, Sect leader. My 7th grade spiritual beast, Flaming Cloud Tiger, will take him down. He's just a radiant stage cultivator. One elder mocked as he shouted, Flaming Cloud Tiger, come out! No response. The people watched his valiant pose, yet there was no pet to answer his call to duty. Ugh. Face twitching hard, everyone sighed. Of course it won't come. Some disciples even snickered, getting flustered. The elder looked embarrassed, while the sect leader frowned. What's going on here? Has beast taming sect's main power just died out? That means this group is specifically here to target us. They even prepared countermeasures, though he still did not know the reason behind it. Chapter 819, Just 200. Chapter 819, Just 200. Proofreader, Papatonks. Ha ha ha, old coot, did your boast go bust at last? Seeing him standing there with no trusty spiritual beast in sight, another elder just had to make use of this perfect chance to mock him. Talk about handling the kid when you can't even handle your pet. It seems to me we ought to start straightening you up first. Why you? The elder glared at the speaker. But that man stuck out his chin. So you have had your spirit animal with you for decades. Well, I have had one for a century. 7th grade spiritual beast, Ice Cap Leopard. We've worked together for so long, it's practically human. Allow me to show you how it's truly done. This is how you work with a spirit animal. With a smug grin, the old guy flicked his wrist and pointed his ring at Zhuofan. Ice Cap Leopard, bite his head off. The ring clearly showed a reaction, then it died out awkward. The old man froze in his grand pose, though there was not a hair of his pet around to complete his act. The first elder, who made a fool of himself, just had to be petty and laugh at his misfortune. Old fool, weren't you just mocking me? Look at you and your century-old relic, it still left you high and dry. The victim here had his eyes turn bloodshot, and glared in silence. Sect leader was becoming agitated, speaking to the rest. You all try as well, see what happens. Everyone summoned their faithful beasts, just that all their beasts chose this particular moment to ignore the summons. All the elders kept flicking their rings around in hope their pets would come out at some point. Much good did that do. Not a single creature answered the owner's call of duty, choosing the safety of the ring instead. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Using spiritual beasts to fight was beast taming sect's specialty. The name said it all. Not using their spiritual beasts was like cutting their arms. Reducing their power by half. Such an event was a complete disaster for this sect leader. An elder panicked. Sect leader raised his hand to stop him, roaring at Zhuofan. Boy, did you do something? What's going on here? You better talk sense or… Ha, it couldn't be simpler. With an evil smirk, the black thunder flame ignited in Zhuofan's left eye. You're standing before the king among beasts. No spiritual beast dares to face me, under the fear of death. Is that clear enough for you? All the people shuddered. King among beasts. The spiritual beasts were divided into grades, though there weren't many called kings. Be that as it may, none of them could instill such fear into a spiritual beast as to make it cower in its ring. That went double for a spirit animal that had been trained for years among people. It would hardly ever cower against another spiritual beast's threatening aura, to say nothing of not coming out at all. Also, he's not human to call himself a king among beasts. How were they to know Zhuofan's abominable thunderflame was made up of 4 sacred beast powers combined? It was simply specifically made to target spiritual beasts. The coming of the thunder flame spelled certain doom. So, any spiritual beast with self-preservation instincts chose to stay away. Boy, take your lies elsewhere. King among beasts? As if. Sect leader stared at Zhuofan. Talk. Who are you and why have you barged into my sect? What deviant trick are you using on our spirit animals to lose our control? Cocking his head, Zhuofan snickered. You want to know the secret? Well, too bad, it's mine and I'm not telling. As for who I am. Zhuofang glanced at the sixth prince behind, who knew when to keep silent and fade into the background chuckling. Zhuofan turned to sect leader. I'm not telling you. Though there's no harm in informing you of my reason. I heard you have some paradise here and plan on borrowing it for a couple of days. Borrow? Are you having a death wish coming before a full moon? Full moon. Zhuofan pondered. The sect leader mocked, ha ha ha, so you only know that we have a special area, but not its details. Not that it matters, since I never planned on lending you anything. For charging into my sect, you shall never leave this place alive. My, how confident! Zhuofan taunted sect leader's smile turned savage, and you're overconfident, boy. You might have countered our beasts, but don't think for a second my sect is defenseless without them. We have over 200 ethereal stage experts here. 200? Not bad for a lower 3 sect, though doable. Zhuofan grinned. What else did you want me to say, sect leader? You just gave me an assurance, ha ha ha. Eye twitching, the sect leader snapped. Curses, boy. You're just a radiant stage cultivator, yet you mock us so? Elders, bring him to me alive. I will make him regret the day he was born. I'll make him pay the price for disregarding the beast taming sect. Yes, sir. An elder bowed and charged at Zhuofan. A flash of gold revealed a 100-meter-tall golden tiger coming at Zhuofan with it maw open, ha ha ha. Any radiant stage cultivator is useless against an ethereal stage expert. I can handle you even without a pet. Whoosh! A huge dragon claw came out from Zhuofan's back in a flash of scarlet, grabbing the oversized feline. The cocky elder halted in his tracks from shock. That. My soul. Grinning, Zhuofan said, yes, a radiant stage cultivator is futile going against an ethereal stage expert, a shame that doesn't apply to me. With a crumbling sound, the dragon claw crunched the golden dragon to dust. The elder looked on in fear, dying with a horrified expression, SSS. Everyone else gasped in shock. He has a soul, a really strong one at that. He can kill an expert's soul in an instant. No average soul can do that. Who the hell is he? Sect leader stared at Zhuofan with wide eyes, his lip quivering. Who are you? Used to be a guest, but now. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. With a mighty roar, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King came out in all its glory, releasing its entire aura. Ha ha ha, now I'm your doom. Heaven Dragon Soul? Why you're demon scheming sex, Zhuofan? Sect leader cried out, making the others shudder and falter. They were lost and wary. Didn't the demon scheming sect tell them that after Zhuofan betrayed the sect, the universal righteous sect helped them by destroying him? Why was the dead star of Double Dragon Gathering, the new and brief best disciple of Western lands, barging into beast taming sect? None here could figure out why, not even sect leader. Though one thing was certain, this was no social visit. Squinting, sect leader took a deep breath to calm himself. Zhuofan, I haven't yet gotten around to paying you for destroying my team of disciples at the Double Dragon Gathering. Now I see you came here of your own free will. Humph, the universal righteous sect didn't take your life, actually giving this chance to the beast taming sect. This is Providence, helping us take revenge and bring rest to the spirits of our late disciples. Yeah, a superior 3 sect couldn't kill me, so what could a puny lower 3 sect possibly do to threaten me? Zhuofan mocked. Sect leader's brow twitched. Zhuofan, enough of your arrogance. Who knows how you escaped the universal righteous sect's pursuit, but now, in beast taming sect's home, there are 200 ethereal stage experts surrounding you. You're finished. Ha ha ha, my words exactly, just 200. Shut up. What only, are you mocking the beast taming sect? Humph, I'll show you the true might of our sect. Glaring at him, sect leader shouted as he gave the order. Attack! Kill him! Yes, sir. With mighty roars, the elders charged. The 200-plus ethereal stage experts' auras slammed into Zhuofan, stilling his breath. Lunar panicked inside. Zhuofan could handle one, but 200? Zhuofan had a constant sneer on his face, charging as well and clashing with the enemy. The elders were stunned, just as something black flashed and Zhuofan was now wielding a black longsword as it was brought down on them. Chapter 820, Perfect Harmony. Chapter 820, Perfect Harmony. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. The pitch-black edge flashed like lightning in their vision. The elders had no time to react as it mowed through 8 of them, spilling guts and blood into the air. Not even their souls escaped, destroyed along with their bodies from the black blade. The beast taming sect in its entirety was shell-shocked, and the wave of elders stood there overwhelmed. Zhuofan and his blade was all that was reflected in their eyes. Ha ha ha, told you so, just 200 ethereal stage experts. A lower 3 sect can only get so strong without a soul harmony expert around. Snickering, Zhuofan taunted the sect leader. Beast taming sect's leader, tell me I'm wrong. Sect leader's face twitched as he stared at Zhuofan's smug look. That blatant disregard was getting to him so much. He felt his blood rising, but more than that, he was simply overcome with shock from having 8 ethereal stage experts killed like that, something no average ethereal stage expert could do. Is he even a disciple? They knew that the superior 3 sects' disciples, especially the core ones, were much stronger than the lower 3 sects' venerables and elders. The problem with Zhuofan wasn't one of power, but being on another level entirely. Killing ethereal stage experts so easily was not something anyone could do. But he. Sect leader's eyes trembled as sweat trickled down his brow. Freak! Sect leader. He came first in the double dragon gathering. He's no pushover. Shouldn't we just settle it peacefully? One elder tried as he neared sect leader. We know his goal and it jasn't so hard to accommodate. Let's just. Bullshit! Sect leader snapped in rage. And what about the name of beast taming sect? What will become of us once word gets out a mere traitorous disciple of demon scheming sect ran amok within our own home? But. Enough! Sect leader waved him off. He's one man. How strong can he be anyway? Everyone, release your souls, we're going to stall him until he breaks. They all cupped their fists and bowed at his order. Yes, sect leader. The sky reverberated from all the roars that followed as all kinds of beast souls littered the heavens. With Zhuofan's team in the middle, Lunar felt like she was in the middle of a horde. The power these souls gave out crushing her chest, their eyes filled with the desire to swallow them whole. Only Zhuofan was laid back, top profound ranked combination art, Song of Paradise. 2 elders led the charge, making signs as they made their souls go for Zhuofan. The 2 large beast souls were 100 meters tall. One was covered in green flames, the other had a crimson glow. The 2 birds revolved around each other until they became a red and green fire tornado. This was a combination attack, not the kind those random attacks from before could compare with. Even Zhuofan frowned, holding the sword tighter in his grip. Venerables Hu Yen and Jia Huer's combined art. A person cried out, filled with hope. The 2 venerables are in the 6th layer, and they're always so close to each other, like one person. This combined attack is as strong as 10 6th layer ethereal stage experts. No matter how strong he is, he can't block such a flawless attack. An approval came from the crowd. Sect leader was grinning now. Zhuofan only got to kill 8 in the first attack because his men went at him without coordination, far weaker than what these 2 venerables were doing. The boy will be heavily wounded, and then, humph. Squinting, sect leader grinned just as the fire tornado exploded on contact with Zhuofan. The sky took on a red hue, making everyone gasp at the sheer might of the shockwave. Lunar was the closest and could feel the scorching heat suck all the moisture out of the air, shaking her heart. How would Zhuofan fare against such an attack? 6th Prince's brow shook, staring intently at the aftermath, while his heart thumped hard in his chest. Rumble. The fierce flames reached high into the sky. There were two distinct shapes of birds spinning around in the inferno, acting like a large furnace. To refine Zhuofan alive, the two venerable signs changed. Sect leader, we have the boy trapped. He will be burned to ashes in a few minutes. It's best if Sir lets the elders go back. It's not worth wasting time on a disciple, ha ha ha. Venerables are amazing. I won't ever forget what you did today. Sect leader smiled. The two smiled. It's nothing, it's ugh. The two shook and slumped dead. Venerables, what's wrong? Sect leader shouted in fright. A shockwave was his only answer as the fireball was split in two perfect halves. The two bird souls fell from the fire, also cut in two like the flames. They faded away slowly, returning to the skies. Zhuofan held his sword as he walked out with a smile. Not bad at all. Even the souls were good. A shame nothing works when faced against me, ha ha ha. Startled, everyone turned to Zhuofan. The two venerables were among the best beast taming Sect had to offer. Yet, Zhuofan, you've gone too far. Sect leader shouted, pointing at him. Attack, use wave tactics and kill him. Roar. The people shouted as they settled on attacking. As a whole, the sky was filled with souls, drawing closer and tightening like a net, all to take Zhuofan down. Even he would have to have a hard time fighting so many at once. A gap might form in his defense that would let someone strike a heavy blow. It was common knowledge that there was strength in numbers. Zhuofan might have been tense before, but not this time around. With a sign, a draconic roar echoed, and the still almighty Scarlet Dragon King shifted. Golden flames lit up all over it, and it turned the Heaven Dragon Soul into its strongest variant, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King, receiving the decimating golden flame. Zhuofan now knew how to turn the Heaven Dragon Soul into its fifth form. This form exploded in power. As the horde of souls were getting closer, the golden dragon roared and released a torrent of golden flames from its wide maw. Half the sky took a golden hue from the flames' brilliant display, as if there was a wall in place. Some overexcited souls had no time to stop and went right into the golden flames. Their bodies shook and wailed as their weak souls were burned to nothing. The rest were shocked and made their souls stop the attack. More than 100 souls were now watching the huge golden flames on the other side. Zhuofan grinned and attacked with the demonic sword. In a flash of golden flames, Zhuofan appeared in the middle of those souls, relishing in the slaughter as he reaped souls with every slash and hack. The souls wanted to attack, but moments later, he broke the encirclement again. When they wanted to chase, the golden dragon blocked them with its fire breath. The man and dragon worked in perfect harmony to cull the opposition. The decimating golden flame was a fierce and brutal flame. Zhuofan had his body remade by the dragon ancestor, and his speed had grown as well. All the others could catch was his shadow as he darted around, having harvested dozens of poor souls already. And every time some got close to surround him, the golden dragon would spew flames. Zhuofan and the dragon soul worked to chip away at their numbers, one soul at a time. While they could do nothing more than 100 experts watched helplessly as Zhuofan's death toll reached 50. They were dumbstruck at how this man worked so well with his soul to toy around the 200 enemies. While the previous two venerables were experts in a combined art, Zhuofan and the dragon were relying on tactics, taking care to plug every weakness while taking the enemy down. Looking from another angle, the 200 people's pointless efforts at catching one guy only to end up losing instead had the disciples of Beast Taming Sect in despair and regret. Even the sect leader looked to be crying. This had got to be fate. Using heavy numbers against one guy, only to be suffering in the end. Chapter 821 Abyssal Swamp. Chapter 821 Abyssal Swamp. Proofreader, Papatonks. Ack! The skies were filled with the cries of those dying. Zhuofan wielded the demonic sword like a certified reaper, taking life after life in his hunt for Beast Taming Sect ethereal stage experts, all while the enemy was panicking. Every time the enemy even tried mounting a counterattack, the golden dragon would step in with its fire breath. It was akin to David and Goliath, with the expectation here being that the giant had its arms and legs stuck, letting the tiny guy peel away. The sect had all that power, yet it was unable to put it to use. How were they supposed to know he had a crowd control skill? They all looked helpless, while Juefan was bouncing around the battlefield for more lives. To take the golden flame wall was just too tough to crack, sect leader. We've got heavy casualties. It has only been half an hour and yet 100 ethereal stage experts are dead. We can't keep doing this or we'll all die. An elder reported in panic, pleading all the while. Sect leader gnashed his teeth. Why can't all the power beast taming sect employ deal with just one damn brat? Sect leader, he's just that strong, with hardly anyone his match. Also, a venerable bowed, our power is based on our beast. The sect might have fewer experts, but by working with our spirit animal, we double our power, no less stronger than the demon scheming sect. But in this current situation, our spirit animals are rendered useless by the enemy's devious trick. They are scared to death and won't come out. This is the real reason why we can't do anything. So, sect leader looked at him. What are you trying to say? Sect leader, in this situation, we can't use all our potential. Stepping down won't be a disgrace. Our image will stand. Bullshit. Sect leader cursed. You're saying it's fine for brats to barge into a great sect? Spirit animals aside, we have more than 200 experts here, yet we still failed? No matter how you look at it, the rumors will be anything but pretty. The man jerked but still muttered, Sect leader, what then? Does Sir want to lose everyone? As the wailing continued in the background and the stage took a more and more pronounced red hue as body parts were flung away, Sect leader took a deep breath with a tightened frown. What do I do? Give up and let some brat conquer a sect? We'll become the laughingstock of Western lands. Sect leader. As he was stuck in a conundrum, another shout came, and the newcomer's eyes flashed. Isn't the crescent pool in the abyssal swamp? As long as we trap him inside, no matter how strong he is, he'll end up as bleached bones. Let's draw him there, then. Sect leader's eyes lit up, he nodded and grinned. Ha ha ha, great. Didn't he want to go to our Eden? Then let him become its fertilizer. Though we will need a proper bait for a monster like him. Eyes flashing, sect leader glanced over. Juefan was still having a field day, killing all over the place. Just 1,000 meters behind him, 3 weaklings stood frowning. Sect leader said, I found our bait. Since they came with the kid, they must be connected. But which among them is the most effective? Sect leader, why not get all 3? 3. Yes. The man whispered in sect leader's ear, to which he nodded and grinned. We'll do just as you said. The man bowed and went to work. In the meantime, Juefan's kill count only grew, the situation developing completely opposite of when he faced the universal righteous sect. He was relaxed and fast, with the ethereal stage experts unable to surround him. Adding to that was the strongest soul's help, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. He had been fighting for so long, yet not one attack reached him. The slaughter was completely one-sided. Scared by this development, the other side's mounting casualties forced them to withdraw, making the battle shift further away as Juefan and his dragon soul were chasing them. Sixth Prince and the Tauba siblings ducked in a forest, looking at the chaos. That's my idol, beating beast taming sect by himself. What do you guys think, will Sir Jua kill them all? With his nasty temper? It's more than likely. Tuoba Lufeng paused then nodded. I used to think he was a strong and shrewd marshal, but his strength is beyond anything I've seen. And it's only been 8 short years. If he returns to Tianyu, then I swear to never battle Tianyu in this life. The sixth prince nodded, all excited. Only Lienar's mind was elsewhere as her cheeks turned rosy. Whoosh! 3 white-haired elders appeared behind them just then, grabbing them by the throat. Ack! You! Sixth prince cried out, only to be choked as the elder covered his mouth. Even with Juefan so far away, he was still aware enough for the cry to reach his ears. Juefan shook and stopped his chase. Turning around, he saw 3 panicking looks and the elders' panicked faces. He spotted us. Run! The elders turned away with their hostages. Sect leader shouted and the men surrounding Zhuofan scattered, baiting? Zhuofan frowned and called the dragon soul back to him. He now understood why they were falling back while he pushed on. It was all to distance him from the trio and capture them, though they miscalculated. Do they really think I care? While the trio were getting further and further away, Sect leader was gloating. Zhuofan, if you want them alive, follow me. Sect leader left, but Zhuofan saw nobody around him for miles and scratched his head. There was no point in doing that. They came here by themselves. It has nothing to do with me. I haven't the slightest inclination to fall for your trap for them. Zhuofan pondered, then came to a decision. Their business, their problems. Knock yourselves out. Zhuofan ignored everything and looked at the flower spirit. Point the way to your birthplace. Afraid of Zhuofan, the spirit pointed to Zhuofan's right, where all people fled. Zhuofan went that way too, but only because the paths intersected. Whoosh. Half an hour later, in a place filled with flowers, a stone platform a meter wide with 3 pillars lay in the center. A thing of beauty. Sect leader landed first on the platform, while the rest appeared just shy of the field of flowers. Did those elders come back? Sect leader shouted. Everyone shook their heads, sighing. Sect leader asked, "What of Zhuofan, is he chasing?" Another round of shaking heads that puzzled him greatly. Doesn't he want to save those 3? It can't be. They came here together, so they have to be close. Just then 3 people and the elders returned. Sect leader lit up. Tie them to the pillars, hurry. We'll be trapping him soon. Yes, sir. The elders laughed and did as ordered. Hee, the punk's done for. One elder snickered while tying his hostage. 6th prince glared and kicked his stomach. A bunch of shameless old rats dared to trick Sir Zhua. Bam! The kicked elder was caught off guard and the kick folded him. Right as he fell in the field of flowers, everyone panicked. Look out! Chapter 822, Gemini Shell. Chapter 822, Gemini Shell. Proofreader, Papatonks. Of. The elder that fell in the field of flowers froze in place. But even so, his joy was long gone, now replaced by an ashen face. He then slowly floated, while watching the flowers beneath him with a sweaty brow and fearful eyes. The others sighed in relief seeing him come out. "God-damn brat, you almost killed me." The elder that almost fell slapped the 6th prince hard in anger, bleeding from the mouth. The 6th prince glared in defiance and hatred for some odd reason. The elder felt a deep-seated hatred coming from the 6th prince. So much so he wanted to end the brat then and there. He realized the primal fury in the boy's eyes could not be overcome. So it was better to get rid of him now, just to be on the safe side, but he held himself back. He couldn't just kill his hostage, that wouldn't do. Sect leader pondered. Cover their mouths before they let something slip and ruin everything. Yes, sect leader. The elder eyed the 6th prince and tapped his neck. The prince still glared in hatred. The other 2 were dealt with as well. Sect leader eased up, then told someone to scout. Moments later, he returned. Sect leader, he's coming. He took the bait at last, ha ha ha. Sect leader flicked his hand. Hide, don't let him find you. The men scattered, though extremely careful to not get too close to the field of flowers. The hostages shared a glance. Knowing this was a trap for Zhuofan, they were still thinking the best way to let Zhuofan know when the guy was already here, just across from the field of flowers. Squinting, Sect leader snickered on the platform as he pointed at his hostages. Zhuofan, did you finally come to save them? Nope. Since you do, Sect leader thought it'd be an obvious yes, and took a long time for his brain to process the refusal. He cried out, What do you mean nope? The anxious hostages were looking stumped at Zhuofan. Bro Zhua, maybe you blurted that out without thinking. Why don't you try that answer again? Sect leader tensed. Zhuofan, there's no rush to reply. They're your closest friends. Says who? Ugh, sect leader continued, perplexed. Or at least friends. Says who? Zhuofan scratched his head, not giving a damn as usual. Sect leader's face twitched as he shouted. Then what are you anyway? You definitely can't be strangers since you want to save them. There's practically nothing between us, actually. I've only seen 2 of them a couple of times, while the third I've only known him for a day. Zhuofan looked stone-cold at Sect Leader. Did you really think there was something going on? They followed me in here for their own reasons. We're nothing more than strangers on the same road. Twitching, Sect Leader was fuming mad. Then why are you here if not to save them? Saving them never even crossed my mind. Zhuofan shook his head, holding out the flower spirit. Didn't I tell you, I'm looking for your cultivation paradise. I have a flower spirit here that came from there. I'm just following its directions. So you can kidnap them without a worry from me. I won't bother you. Sect Leader almost spurted blood. He didn't give a damn about the hostages, making their painstaking efforts go up in smoke. The guy only came to their precious area to set up a drawing array. What was the point of using fancy tricks anyway? Sect Leader face-bombed the hostages were even more shocked. Now they knew they were nothing to Zhuofan, not worth even a save. The trio were crushed. How can you be so cold? We journeyed together. Zhuofan looked around then at Sect Leader. This must be the place I was searching for. You must have laid an ambush as well, I bet. So to make sure nothing disturbs my concentration later, it's best to remove all the variables. Zhuofan's eyes turned cold and shot for Sect Leader. Wait, don't you care if they die? I have hostages here. Sect Leader cried out. Snickering, Zhuofan continued, Are you deaf? You call those hostages? Whoosh. In a pitch-black glow, Zhuofan's hand was now holding the demonic sword and slashed. Sect Leader panicked as he dodged. Whoosh. The pitch-black blade went through the stone platform and the 3 pillars broke. The hostages cried out in shock, but their covered mouths blocked the sounds. Then, the pillars knocked into each other and suddenly stopped. The trio eased a breath. Just witnessing an ethereal stage expert showing such fear to those flowers made them realize it was best to avoid it too. This act of Zhuofan confirmed that he didn't give a damn about their lives. Sect Leader was regretting it now. The bait was useless. A golden glow came from Zhuofan's feet and his speed spiked. Sect Leader shook in fear and released his soul, a red and blue shell. It was 10 meters wide, just like a shield, as it blocked Zhuofan. Gemini shell? Zhuofan squinted and slashed and cut the shell in 2. But as it split, the shell turned into vanishing lights. That's quite a rare beast's soul. Zhuofan looked below to see Sect Leader fleeing with all he had. Grinning, Zhuofan shot after him. Ha ha ha, Gemini shell is a rare illusory beast soul. I wonder just how you managed to form it in this lonely mountain range. They say that each time this soul appears, one is false while the other is real. The real one won't appear until the fake one is destroyed. It can be a sort of barrier that helps attack and hide. But to make the fake part, a huge amount of yuan qi is needed. I wonder how long you'll last. Humph. Shit. The Gemini shell never appeared in Western lands, so how the hell do you know it better than I do? Sect Leader cursed. Zhuofan snickered. I've been around. Mountain Destroyer. Zhuofan flashed in front of Sect Leader and slashed. Sect Leader shook and released a shell to defend, while he himself vanished behind it smirking. Zhuofan hacked and the shell was no more, but this time, he let the blade slash all the way into the field of flowers. Zhuofan shook and cried out, was this their trap? He felt the sword was stuck in a quagmire. There was a pop behind him, and a violent kick shoved him further in, completely into the field of flowers. The flowers moved like waves on a sea. Zhuofan struggled to get out, but something black was holding him and dragging him deeper. He wanted to fly, but nothing he did worked above him. Beast Taming Sect Leader cackled like mad. Ha ha ha, you dumb brat, got you now. He he he, didn't you want to see our Eden? This is it. Any that enters the Abyssal swamp, regardless of their power, can't come out. You may be the bloody first in Double Dragon Gathering, killing so many of my elders, but now you're finished. Zhuofan frowned, his face stern as he looked below. Chapter 823, Rock Bottom. Chapter 823, Rock Bottom. Proofreader, Papatonks. Bubbles of air floated above while Zhuofan sank. He found himself surrounded by them, all going towards the surface. His clothing was dissolving under his eyes, as if he was in some kind of vat of acid, with the swamp being caustic now. I'll be next if it keeps dragging me down. Zhuofan finally turned serious, struggling to get out of this stuff. The swamp wasn't just caustic, but extremely invasive. The minute he touched the swamp, it stuck to him like glue. To make matters worse, the sludge seeped into his skin and went through his meridians to seal his yuan qi. All his struggle was in vain, as he just flopped about and sunk further in. Sect leader cackled smug. Ha ha ha, damn brat, keep your schemes to yourself. There has never been anyone who managed to escape the swamp. So be good and let it take you to the bottom and push up daisies from hereafter. The hostages saw Zhuofan struggling and panicked. All their cries were muffled by the covers and couldn't reach him. Do you really think some swamp can hold me? Half already in the quagmire, Zhuofan snickered. Sect leader of the beast taming sect, don't lump me in with those fools that end up dead because of your plans. You are nothing. A ripple echoed out as he finished. Sect leader shook and looked tensely at Zhuofan. One thing was certain. What kind of normal radiant stage cultivator could surpass an ethereal stage expert? He was very wary of Zhuofan's power, going as far as overestimate it then look down on it. No matter how confident he was in that swamp, he was still nervous if it could hold someone like Zhuofan. He stared at Zhuofan with a frown, ready to act if needed be. He would make sure to kick him and stop any attempt at escaping. The minute the freak got out, his sect was doomed. Sect leader's hands were sweaty. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, shift. Zhuofan's eyes shone golden as he snickered. The sludge blocked his yuan qi, but Divine Eye of the Void used the soul to work. He just had to swap places and he'd be Aokehum. Space warped around Zhuofan, making sect leader even more tense, not knowing what he had planned, but ready to strike at a moment's notice. Bam. And that was it. The ripple formed but popped in the end, without even taking Zhuofan with it. Zhuofan's pride in Divine Eye of the Void was crushed. This can't be. Zhuofan cried out in utter shock. Looking inside his mind, he saw the sludge seeping in there as well. Even the Heaven Dragon's soul couldn't shake that thing off. No matter how it flayed around, his soul was sealed as well. Now Zhuofan was stumped, looking at the pitch-black sludge around him with utter confusion. What is this thing? There's no way the mortal domain can have something this weird. Maybe. Zhuofan recalled Dragon Ancestor's words. Whirlwind Tunnel connected the sacred domain, so maybe something slipped through from the sacred domain. Frowning, Zhuofan lamented, what a blunder, and it's all because the beast taming sect is a lower 3 sect. I never dreamed it possible for their secret domain to be so different from Ultimate Clarity sects. Ultimate Clarity sect's realm was paradise for cultivators, while he was now here sinking into hell. Both of these spaces were all at the level of sacred domain. That meant that even a saint would be having a hard time with this sludge. Zhuofan lamented and shook his head while the earth took him. Sect leader laughed at this surprise. Ha ha ha, rotten punk, you're nothing but a show-off. Where's your cockiness now? You almost scared me for a second there. I really thought you could get away, but you're just running your mouth. You're still just a mortal in the end. How can you escape my sect's abyssal swamp? Zhuofan fell silent as he sank further in, until his head was covered as well. All that remained were bubbles popping, the only sign Zhuofan was there, beneath the surface. Lunar shouted all this time, even as no sound reached him. The three had fought against their bonds with all their might, to no avail. The bubbles thinned and soon stopped. The brat is a goner now. Ha ha ha. Sect leader saw the swamp stilled and grinned. Everyone, I killed that punk. Come back. Whoosh. People came from all directions, the elders of beast taming sect. Seeing their calamity, Zhuofan had been swallowed by the mire. They were overjoyed and flattered. Sect leader is the greatest. His plans are flawless, ha ha ha. Sect leader, since we killed demon scheming sect's greatest traitor, Shouldn't it pay for our efforts? Yeah, sect leader. For dealing with demon scheming sect's problems, we should get 1,000 more sacred stones. We've suffered too many losses. Of the 200 ethereal stage experts, we only have half left. Everyone reacted. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's how it should be. My sect's losses will be compensated by demon scheming sect. Sect leader nodded. But first, full moon is almost upon us in 3 days. It's the time for our sect's monthly crescent pool baptism. You all know that the day when the moon is brightest, this will turn into the clearest pond with thick spiritual energy. Training inside will make it far more effective than outside. We can't miss it once. That is why the talks with Demon Scheming Sect shall be put on hold for 3 days. They all cupped their hands. Yes, Sect Leader. Sect Leader, what about those 3 brats? One elder pointed at the pillars. Sect Leader eyed the mournful trio and snickered. Take them for now and look into them. We'll deal with them afterwards. Yes, Sect Leader. The elder bowed and left with the hostages. Everyone left, leaving Sect Leader all alone. He looked at the still quagmire one last time with a smile. Zhuofan, no matter how tough you are, even after escaping Universal Righteous Sect, you actually fell here, in the Beast Taming Sect, ha ha ha. Sect Leader was gone as well. He left just as the still quagmire began to bubble up, stronger and stronger. Demon Transformation Art. Deep below, at the very bottom, surrounded as he was by the thick sludge, Zhuofan opened his eyes. Black energy came out of his body and had the sludge spun around like a tornado as he sucked it in inside his mind, even as black from the sludge as it was, began to act as well. The Heaven Dragon's soul shook and turned into the heaven-devouring demonic Dragon King. With a roar, it gathered all the sludge around it and made it vanish in the black energy. Zhuofan and the dragon's soul worked together to suck the swamp dry, acting like a bottomless hole. Demon Transformation Art could convert anything in the world. Let's see which is stronger, the swamp's corrosiveness or this demon emperor's demonic art. Humph. Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Chapter 824, Lunar Peak. Chapter 824, Lunar Peak. Proofreader, Papatonks. As the sun set on the 3rd day, the cover of night swallowed the last traces of twilight as it heralded the moon's brightest peak. Beast Taming Sect's higher-ups returned to the edges of Crescent Pool. Sect Leader stood on the stone platform, awaiting the night to settle in with a smile. Elders and venerables, we'll soon be able to enjoy the purifying water. But first, we shall address the 3 brats that invaded our sect 3 days ago. Sect Leader looked at his people as he spoke, settling in on one elder. The elder waved, and 2 disciples brought the 3 hostages forward. The 6th prince looked around with malice. Lianer and her brother looked afraid. Tuoba, Lufeng, was deeply regretting coming here. He should have just taken his sister and left. Now that they were in the Beast Taming Sect, they were done for. Grinning, Sect Leader spoke. Who are you? Where do you come from? The trio was silent. Ha ha ha, keep your silence then. I already had you investigated anyway. Sect Leader turned to his elders. From Elder Chai's investigation, they have entered via the secret tunnel by breaking its array. A what? Everyone looked stunned, then their faces fell. One elder stomped, his eyes filled with bloodthirst. That means Quanrong knew about that tunnel? That inept ruler knows what we've done in his lands through the years? I wager it's sooner than that, just that he was faking it. But now that cover is blown, ha ha ha. Sect Leader smiled. Not only Quanrong's humiliation will come to light, but also the Beast Taming Sect's image will take a huge blow. If Double Dragon Manor catches wind of it, that an Empire's Guardian sect, then make sure it never gets out. The elder spat before Sect Leader finished. Didn't Zhuofan pop up in Quanrong? We'll just have to remove all that know of this and just dump it on his head. This bastard has committed such atrocities, killing and pillaging, before he was finally put down, ha ha ha. The other nodded, their mindset. 6th prince was outraged. Damn hypocrites, stooping so low yet not even having the nerve to own it. What's laughable is that you preach yourself to be a righteous sect. Serge was a saint by comparison. One day you'll get yours, in the worst way imaginable. Beast Taming Sect will be crossed out from Western Land's 9 sects. Pah! An elder slapped him. What can a filthy bastard like you possibly do? Humph! Sixth Prince spat the blood in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, his face a mask of rage at how weak he was. The man snickered in disdain. Lunar was confused. What's going on here? What's so special about that tunnel? Why would you go as far as killing all who know of it? Even His Majesty, Father, and whole court. Lunar! Tuoba Lufeng shouted over her, hinting her with his eyes. Clueless as he was about the tunnel, one thing was obvious: it was Beast Taming Sect's taboo. Any that knew of it would have one ending, certain death, and the Emperor was most definitely included. Now he realized why His Majesty was so nervous. Sect leader mocked. Oh? Here I thought you came here knowing, but you're just as clueless. We don't know anything, nor do Father and the rest. Please, don't drag them into this. Lunar pleaded. All she got for her efforts was mockery. Sixth Prince sighed, finally turning serious for once in his life. Miss Lunar, these pricks are savages. It doesn't matter if the tunnel was found, just by being close they'll end up being killed. This is the disaster befalling Quanrong that none can escape. Right you are. Sect leader snickered. Any and all related to this will be silenced, for good. Sect leader spoke such hair-raising words with a smile, making the trio feel he was a demon from hell. Lunar's face fell and crumbled. That means Father and everyone. Tuoba Lufeng sighed, feeling just as dejected. Only Sixth Prince closed his eyes, having seen it coming. This gamble was lost. Sergio could have won if these degenerates hadn't fooled him. So close, Sixth Prince lamented. Sect leader sneered and turned to look at the night sky. The full moon hung above, bathing the swamp in its gentle glow. It was as if the moon was cleansing the sludge, breaking it away and transforming into a clear pool of impeccable beauty. The trio watched this spectacle in awe. The thick spiritual energy that came after stunned them, feeling as the yuan qi within moved 3 times as fast. Ha ha ha, Crescent Pool is here. Sect leader laughed. These flowers are an abyssal swamp normally, deadly to anyone that comes near, but once the full moon comes out, it turns into Crescent Pool, a paradise for cultivation. Cultivating here for one day equals a year outside. Only nature could give birth to such a marvel. Ha ha ha. Everyone nodded, looking excited. Sect leader, time waits for no one. This is more important than a wedding night. Let's go in and train. Sect leader nodded and took the lead to jump in. Wait, Sect leader, what about those 3? Someone pointed at the hostages, snickering. Sect leader glanced over. Each time the full moon came, we always cultivated alone. How do you think we'd fare if we'd dual cultivate? Their eyes lit up, showing repulsive smiles. Sect leader is wise. That'll be even faster. Ha ha ha. Girlie, you're in luck. You're about to bring joy to Sect leader. Hee hee hee. An elder clutched Lunar's neck and threw her at Sect leader. Lunar cried out while the other 2 hostages cursed. Is that how the Sect leader of the righteous Beast Taming Sect acts, resorting to these vile acts? Let go of my sister before words get out how rotten your sect is. Beast Taming Sect is nothing but a mob of degenerates who dissolute women. Even the glorious sect leader is reduced to a disgusting pig, so what can be said about their image? The 2 kept cursing in anger. The elders laughed. Sect leader held Lunar in his embrace. Righteous image? What can any of them amount to when enough clout gives you both? You think you'll have the chance to leak this? Ha ha ha, just like the tunnel, all will go as I say it will. If I say I'm right house, that's what I am. What could dead people possibly do? Humph, how naive. Tuoba Lufeng and Sixth Prince's brow shook and they gnashed their teeth. Missy, let's enjoy cultivating. Ha ha ha. With a positively repugnant smile, Sect leader's dirty hand traced Lunar's soft cheek, his eyes shining with desire. He then ripped her clothes in one move to uncover her pristine skin. Sect leader's desire spiked, panting like an animal, flawless. Ah! Lunar shrieked in tears. Someone help me, please! Girlie, this is the beast taming sect. No one's ever going to save you. Sect leader cackled. Zhuofan. Lunar struggled, calling for the person the swamp swallowed a few days ago. Even though she knew the call was in vain, but in her moment of greatest despair, she didn't call for her father or brother, but him. Sect leader laughed and mocked. Dumb girl, the guy's dead. You've seen it yourself, so why call him? Or are you calling his ghost to save you? Ha ha ha. The others joined in his laughter. Yet Lunar still cried out for Zhuofan, holding the last hope in this pit of despair unknown to anyone. The clear pond took on a black luster as it spread all over. Chapter 825. Second Soul. Chapter 825. Second Soul. Proofreader, Papatonks. Bubbles reached the surface as something dark spread through the clear water pond and gave it a black luster. Someone finally caught on to the peculiarity of the pond, crying, Sect leader, why did the pond turn black again? What? Sect leader lost his joy, staring at the water. A full moon is just above, so why the sudden change back? Did something happen this time to lead to such a change? Is the moonlight poor? He had no time to make sense of it as a black shadow jumped out on the banks, spreading beneath everyone's feet. Whoosh! The shadow rose above, trapping everyone in some sort of a barrier. Unable to get out, it got so thick that even the moonlight couldn't pierce it. Everywhere they looked, they were met with more black. Sect leader cried out, is this a domain soul? Domain soul? We're a beast taming sect. Just who even comprehends such a soul? Everyone shook, looking around in panic. The domain soul was known as the strongest type. Once trapped inside, you were at the other's mercy. They were still trying to figure out who was its owner, and how it got all of them. Does he want to destroy the beast taming sect? Nah, can't be. With so many people around, the domain soul would be popped open with their efforts and give the owner a heavy wound. All that mattered now was to figure out the domain soul's nature, but in the end, no domain could actually trap so many of them for good. Holding the whimpering bell, Sect leader lost his mood to pay her attention, looking around in panic. Who the hell is it that releases a domain soul in beast taming sect? Humph, you have some nerve. Take it back right now and I'll write it off as a joke. Don't, and we'll be forced to take lethal actions. You're gonna pop my soul? What a show-off, ha ha ha. The cold voice came from everywhere. The familiar tone had everyone shaking in fear. Hao Zhuofan? Lunar and the other two guys were speechless, and no way. Zhuofan fell in the abyssal swamp. He's deader than dead. Sect leader shook his head, shouting his denial. Zhuofan also has the rare heaven dragon soul, not a domain soul. I don't care who you are, but don't think you can fool me. Come out now. The others nodded as well. You tell him, sect leader. Even if Zhuofan is alive, he has the heaven dragon soul. We saw it ourselves. How can it be a domain soul? Zhuofan's mockery came again. Ha ha ha, true, I do have the heaven dragon soul, but thanks to your kind gesture of kicking me in the abyssal swamp, I have formed my second soul. Now you're all within its bounds, the devouring domain. Second soul? Sect leader was stunned. There's no way a cultivator can have a second soul. You're not fooling anyone. I've been alive for so many years in the Western lands and not once heard such a baffling thing. That doesn't mean it ain't true. Didn't Danqing Xin get to have two as well? Ha ha ha, having met him already, I then knew how to get two souls as well. But since you never heard of it, that just proves what an ignorant lout you are. Danqing Xin? Sect leader took 2 shaky steps back. His face dark. He'd never have taken Zhuofan's words about having a second soul seriously, but since Danqing Xin was involved, he had no choice. Danqing Xin was legendary in the Western lands. Anything could happen around him. Since he did it, then a freak like Zhuofan had a probable chance of doing it as well. Sect leader's face fell. You're really Zhuofan? In the flesh. Humph, Zhuofan, you are simply looking to die coming back again. Sect leader snickered. Your domain soul was too strong for us to handle, but with just a domain soul out, humph. Even if the type is stronger than a beast soul, with so many souls in your domain, you'll die either way. If we charge right out, your domain soul will be pulverized or heavily wounded. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan, you've miscalculated. Not all domain souls are stronger than a beast soul. Sect leader shouted. Men, release your souls and scatter this damn domain. Yes, sir. Everyone followed his orders and gathered their souls. A horde of beasts thundered, releasing their devastating power and increasing their pressure inside the domain. Lunar and the other two were gasping in shock. With such a horde of mighty beasts, any domain would fall. Zhuofan will. Lunar was tense, her hope of hearing Zhuofan was back from the dead being shaken. Sect leader cackled. Zhuofan, it's too late to take your domain back. Everyone attack. Roar. With a thunderous yell, a stampede formed as it charged at the Black Dome's peak, the weakest point in a domain soul. It could not resist an attack and would collapse. Sect leader shook in glee. Humph, Zhuofan, I didn't kill you the first time, but I'll make sure you're finished now. A clanking sound echoed out before he got to gloat at his glorious achievement. The stampede stopped charging, as if trapped by something. Sect leader cried out, What's happening? Why aren't you attacking? Sect leader, we don't know why, but we are lacking the strength to move. The elders panicked, as if our yuan qi and souls are out of our control. A what? Sect leader's legs were shaking like jelly. A cultivator needed yuan qi and soul power to show their might. With both of them locked, that stopped one from being a cultivator altogether. Nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. How can this be? Zhuofan grinned as he floated. I formed the devouring domain inside the abyssal swamp, so of course it has its power. Didn't you say anyone would die once stuck in this quagmire? Ha ha ha. Now all of you are in the same situation. The only difference is that this is worse. Everyone shook in fear and horror. The domain is the same as that weird swamp? Does that mean we're screwed? None caught in the swamp's sludge ever made it out alive. Beast taming sect leader. Zhuofan's coy grin was plastered on his face. You're wrong about one thing. Demon transformation art said the condition to form a second soul was for it to be stronger than the first. So you tell me if the devouring domain is weaker than dragon soul. Ha ha ha, you've really underestimated me. Not that taking me seriously would have changed things. So be good and die already. Demon transformation art. Whoosh. As Zhuofan's voice traveled, black energy clutched around every beast taming sect soul. Without their soul power and yuan qi, they had no chance of even resisting. Hold on, Zhuofan, if there's anything. Sect leader begged while the elders howled. Zhuofan just ignored him. The black energy wrapped around them all, turning them into black statues and snuffing out their pleas with a sound. The devouring domain faded, along with the statues. The crescent pool once again appeared with the bright moon shining from above. Only this time, the beast-taming sect's higher-ups had now been devoured by Zhuofan, boosting his power. Chapter 826, Nether Sea. Chapter 826, Nether Sea. Proofreader, Papatonks. The gentle moonlight fell on the clear pond as the pretty birds around it began to chirp in their beautiful voices. The previous rowdy area now became one of peace in this scenery. Lunar and the other two were still there when the blackness vanished and the moonlight shone on their dumb looks. The trio felt their hearts thump harder. They felt like they had survived hell and felt so much better for being alive. They were still looking stunned. Maybe it was the beauty around them, or they didn't want to disturb the mood. Crash! A sound came from the pond and the waters parted to reveal a man with defined muscles and traced by golden hues as scales began appearing on his skin. His long pitch-black hair danced in the wind like a black dragon. As he approached, his dark eyes absorbed anyone that dared look into them. Zhuofan. Shaking, Lunar was teary. The utter despair she felt before was now replaced with joy upon seeing Juofan's familiar face. She did not care about his unclothed disposition, throwing herself in the arms of her savior and clutching tight to his manly chest. "Juofan, you're still alive! You scared me to death!" Feeling warmth on his chest and the soft girl's body rubbing on him, Juofan didn't even twitch a muscle. "Miss Leonor, I understand you've been through hell, but can't you at least let me get some clothes first?" Leonor trembled, now realizing her teary face was stuck to his warm chest. In direct contact looking up, she realized Juofan was buck naked. Leonor cried out and flicked her head away with a red face. What are you doing coming out naked?" Glancing over, Juofan flicked his hand and clothes came out of his ring to change. "My clothes dissolved in the swamp. And besides, changing inside the pool will get them wet. It seems to me, you have a long way to go before using your head to not have figured this out." Pouting, Leonor snapped, "Are you done changing?" "Yep." Whoosh. Leonor swished around and grumbled at him. Juofan felt baffled. "What did I do this time?" He sized Leonor up again, pointing at the evident ruined clothes on her chest. "Now that I'm decent, shouldn't you look after yourself?" "Ah!" Leonor shrieked and turned around, rushing to get her clothes fixed. She then looked back with a red face, only to see Juofan's teasing eyes. What are you grinning at? Don't look. It's not like I haven't seen it before, tch. Juofan clicked his tongue and flew to the shore. Leonor's face was burning now. With even her ears red, she was taken back to when Juofan saved her life in Tianyu, when she was the one naked instead. A flood of emotions had her overwhelmed, but most of all feeling embarrassed. Ignoring the Missy's budding affection, Juofan looked at the other two. They were ecstatic for being saved in the nick of time, and also because Juofan was fine. The sixth prince was over the moon. "Sir Jua is truly godlike, killing all those bastards in a blink. I can't thank you enough." Sixth prince immediately gave a deep bow. "Please, you were after this as well." Juofan grinned and waved him off, scratching his head. The sixth prince beamed. "Sir Jua is so sharp. I knew I couldn't hide anything from Sir. When we return to the palace, I'll be sure to tell you all about it." "I don't want to know. I didn't kill them for you anyway. They were just in my way." Juofan shook his head. Sixth prince bobbed his head, but Juofan's look made him hesitate. "Sir Jua, how come your hair isn't white anymore?" "To keep my nose down, ha ha ha." Chuckling, Juofan brought a black strand to his eyes, only to shake his head. The white hair was due to the grief that once assaulted his heart. Maybe because demon transformation art and the swamp had combined that his hair was now raven, if not blacker. A kind of black that came from absorbing anything, even light. Maybe it was the result of his second soul, devouring domain, after swallowing everything. Regardless, it wouldn't matter much while being a lone operator. Being eternally away from any friends, the more he changed the better. Juofan flicked his hand and threw the hair behind before walking towards the pond. He was sure one of the 8 world wind tunnels was inside. That OL Dragon's sketch ain't so crummy after all. Let's set up the drawing array and get it over with. "Ah, what is that?" Leonor cried while pointing at the pond. Everyone looked over and shook. In the pond appeared huge and strange things. Each of them was thousands of meters wide and bore savage looks, but the pond was akin to a mirror, as each creature minded its own business, not even registering they were there. This, however, did not stop their power from shaking their core. These things weren't mere spiritual beasts. To Oba Lufeng was grave. What are those things? It'd be a disaster if they come out. Nether Sea. Juofan's eyes flashed. The others looked at him cluelessly. Juofan did not offer any explanation. The Nether Sea was the biggest ruthless area in the sacred domain. Not even a saint would tread inside it. Scores of 12th grade aquatic spiritual beasts roamed it, while the entire sea was covered in a dark air. It was a place of extreme ease. Anyone's power would drop sharply there. This whirlwind tunnel connected the Nether Sea, which explained the weirdness of this swamp. Affected by the Nether Sea, It changed in a bizarre way. The creatures inside the pond were not really monsters living within it, but what the light of the moon reflected on its surface due to the thick een that had gathered, allowing a glimpse into the Nether Sea. With that settled, Zhuofan started waving his hands around, sending sacred stones all over the pond, disturbing its surface. The trio was afraid of disturbing him. 3 hours later, Zhuofan had enough of throwing stones around and made a sign, shouting, "Moon spirit, seal this field of flowers, draw onto the mortal domain until the mountain forms, to break the heavens." A spatial ripple passed and the clear pond shook, as if the space warped. But then it stilled again like nothing happened. What they saw was the same field of flowers spreading everywhere. Sixth Prince was curious. "Serjua, what about the pond?" "I sealed it." Zhuofan entered the field of flowers and no longer sank like last time. "The abyssal swamp was no more. I sealed this place so there won't be any more swamp, nor will it open under the moonlight." Sixth Prince nodded. "Is this Serjua's aim?" "Yep." Zhuofan's eyes shone, then left. "I'm done here, so I'm leaving. Since you've helped me along the way, I'll return the favor to be fair and square." A bloody glow flashed from Zhuofan and the Dao blood aura came out again. It flew high in the sky and vanished, but then wailing was heard from everywhere. Lunar asked, "What's that?" "Beast taming sect's higher-ups are dead, which leaves the disciples. Since you won't be able to handle them, I'll do it for you." Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly. Lunar shuddered, realizing Zhuofan was destroying the entire sect. The Sixth Prince was overjoyed, bowing at once in tears of gratitude. "Thanks you, Serjua, for all you've done. Quanrong will never forget this." Chapter 827, Quanrong's Matters. Chapter 827, Quanrong's Matters. Proofreader, Papatonks. "Commander Tauba, are your aides gone?" Behind Quanrong's palace, the forlorn emperor sat on a rock. As he sighed, Tuoba Taizhan nodded heavily at the side. "Your Majesty, I'm aware of the gravity of this matter to take such measures, going as far as sending away the people I trusted for decades. Regardless, I still need to know just what is going on, old commander. There's no harm in telling you now that you're in this mess." Looking at the moon, the emperor took a deep breath and began, "Oh, the disgrace, the Quanrong's greatest humiliation. For so many years in this palace." Whoosh! His words got cut off as a figure came out of the dark cave, soon followed by 3 more. The emperor was startled and cried out, "Why, you weren't found out?" The trio looked at each other and shook their heads. More like this bigshot here was strutting inside out of fear of not being found out? Zhuofan scratched his head. Sixth Prince chuckled and bowed. "Imperial Father, they found us the second we got in, and that led to a long fight." "Then why?" The emperor was in disbelief. "You were found out and fought, yet still got out. What's going on here? Since when was the beast taming sect so weak?" He had been waiting here for the beast taming sect to come for revenge, to kill him. Now he found out that none came, instead greeted by the people who should, by all accounts, be dead instead. Even the emperor found it hard to cope with such facts. Sixth Prince laughed. "Imperial Father, Serjua's power is unmatched. He has gotten rid of all the bastards making the beast taming sect." "All of them?" The emperor and Tuoba Taizhan blinked in shock. What? The Sixth Prince's eyes shone with joy. "Imperial Father, Serjua has purged the world of the beast taming sect. We will no longer suffer at those bastards' hands." Shaking all over, the emperor and Tuoba Taizhan stared at Zhuofan like he grew a second head. "One guy destroyed a sect? Is that possible? Son, is this true?" The emperor was still in denial, but hope began to blossom. Lunar and the other 2 smiled. She took a step forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, Sixth Prince is correct. He was so ruthless as to remove all the disciples as well. Not one survived." Lunar complained, but her words sounded pleased, like Zhuofan did her a favor. Giving Zhuofan another long look, the emperor became grave. "Son, come here." The emperor grabbed him and threw himself at Zhuofan's feet. "I'm but Halichai, Quanrong Emperor. I am immensely grateful for saving Quanrong of this calamity. We shall never forget this. Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were in shock at his display. Your Majesty, you can't do this. You're the lord of our nation. Some lord I am. Without Serjua, I would have still been a figurehead even now. The Emperor rose and showed a bitter smile. Commander Tauba, didn't you want to know how hard it has been? It is the greatest shame and humiliation for Quanrong and the imperial family. The Emperor looked at the sixth prince. Son, you know as well, don't you? I know everything, even how my mother died. Desolate, the sixth prince sighed, looking at Juefan with gratitude. Sir Jua, all these years, Quanrong's palace had been nothing more than a place for the beast-taming sect's elders to vent their lust. A what? Tuoba Lufeng cried out with the others. Only Juefan had guessed it and was calm. Since the tunnel was located near the imperial harem, it has nothing to do with politics. Then there's that woman you killed in tunnel. She's the Emperor's concubine. Eyes flashing with murder, sixth prince gnashed his teeth. In the entire Western lands, the guardian sects don't involve themselves in a nation's politics, except beast-taming sect. Being just 10 miles from the imperial capital, it held Quanrong in a tight grip. This was the usual practice in the past. Only later they went even further, cutting a tunnel to the imperial harem to indulge. The Emperor nodded. This tunnel has been around for centuries, throwing the harem in chaos. Every emperor was aware of this, but none could expose beast-taming sect's debauchery. All the girls of the palace would be taken in by force by those elders. Any that refused still would be dealt a savage blow. In face of such a situation, many women compromised. But some, who were loyal, like the sixth prince's mother, chose death instead. They had come begging for help, only for them to turn a deaf ear and play the inept ruler. The Emperor shook his head with teary eyes. Tuoba Taizhan clenched his fists in anger. The ruler of a nation couldn't even protect his women. It was a national disgrace. Commander Tauba's fury hadn't subsided as sixth prince continued, but then it got worse. These rotten bastards plotted against Quanrong's leadership. Many of Imperial Father's sons, including Crown Prince, aren't even his. What? Outraged, Tuoba Taizhan shook. Does that mean they wanted to affect the imperial family's bloodline? The Emperor was filled with hatred. Yes, with the backing in the shadows, they planned on taking control of Quanrong from me. Especially that Crown Prince, appointed as the next emperor by the beast-taming sect's sect leader himself. No matter how I saw it, he was his son. Humph, woe is me, the great emperor of Quanrong, reduced to passing the throne to someone other than my son. This is absurd. A secluded sect wants imperial power? What empire in Western lands would ever want to have them as support then? You have to report this to Double Dragon Manor at once. How can we bow down? Bam! Tuoba Taizhan punched a nearby rock to dust as he cursed the Emperor, and sixth prince sighed. Commander Tauba, you're too naive. There's no such thing as good and evil in this world. Righteousness is nothing more than a rule to enslave mortals. Seeing their downcast looks, Tuoba Taizhan was startled. Juefan nodded. Commander Tauba, if the Emperor had told Double Dragon Manor, would they purge beast-taming sect? Juefan asked Tuoba Taizhan. Tuoba Taizhan paused, then shook his head. The 9 sects of Western lands are its main power. Taking one out meant crippling themselves. Double Dragon Manor would never do this. Exactly. As long as beast-taming sect exists, a few years later this news would die down. But would you, a third-rate nation, was able to bear their revenge? Tuoba Taizhan turned grave and sighed. Juefan laughed at the sky. I can now understand somewhat the feeling Dan Qingshen had when he stomped on the 9 sections. Western lands is nothing more than a tranquil hell. Order and righteousness are nothing more than filthy excuses. There are some things only demonic cultivators can do. Evil begets more evil, ha ha ha. Sixth Prince, This is what you had in mind when you took me to Crown Prince and then the Imperial Palace. Zhuofan laughed, eyeing him. Though I've been searching all the time, even without clues, I'm still willing to bet you'd take me here. Also, I would clash with the beast-taming sect. I would never. The sixth prince rushed to bow. I know Sir Zhuo's style more than anyone, hating being used. I never ever dreamed of using you either, no matter how much I wanted to when we met. Seeing Sir's display at Double Dragon Gathering, I knew your character and that you wouldn't stand for these hypocritical bastards. All I entertained was a thread of hope that Sir would help free Quanrong of their suffering. I would have been happy even if I only helped Sir to find what you sought. You must believe me that I'm just a fanboy. Looking him dead in the eye, Zhuofan nodded. I know. I've been testing you all the way here. Even when you were excited, you still didn't try to shift my decisions. This was good enough. Chapter 828, Closure. Chapter 828, Closure. Proofreader, Papatongs. The sixth prince's eyes lit up and beamed. Zhuofan chuckled, turning to leave. Well then, it's time for me to leave. Take care. You're just going to leave? Lunar cried out. The sixth prince was also taken aback. Hold on, sir. After destroying the beast-taming sect, you'll have a hard time moving through Western lands. It's fine. Western lands has no way of restricting a dead man. Zhuofan spoke. Moreover, after paying them a visit, I will leave Western lands for good. Why, you're even leaving the Western lands? Where will you go? Lunar looked with deep longing, hearing that he would be gone to who knows where. Zhuofan shook his head. Anywhere I can in this vast world, ha ha ha. Zhuofan jumped and flew away. Out of sight, sixth prince jumped to his feet and shouted, Sir Zhuo, I'm your fan. Won't you learn my name? Say it. A faint voice came from the night sky. Zhuo Air. Ha ha ha, you have my family name. I'll remember that. That's not it. My entire name is Hulul Serenities Zhuo. You can't forget it. A pensive silence fell over the world, before an irate voice snapped, The hell I will. The others smiled. Sir Zhuo is such a blunt guy. Only Lunar sighed in desolation. Commander Tauba. Tuoba Taizhan looked back to see the Emperor looking at him with a stone-cold face. Commander Tauba, you are henceforth reinstated as the head of the Quanrong army, its commander. Gather all the city guards and sweep the imperial capital clean of anyone related to the beast-taming sect, including those concubines. The Empress, the Princess, all of them are to be put down. Don't let any of them escape. Even with Sir Zhuo destroying all of the beast-taming sect, there are still many of them waging war at the border with Tianyu. Do this without letting any of them catch wind of this and come back for revenge. Tuoba Taizhan shook and ventured, Your Majesty, all of them? There's just too many people? Every single one. The Emperor spoke with an edge to his tone. I've had enough of these bastards over the past years. It's time for their penance. No one shall steal Quanrong from me, ha ha ha. The Tauba brothers glanced at the crazed Emperor in fear. He was meek before beast-taming sect. He was miserable before Zhuofan. But now, His Majesty got hold of his power and his actions were swift and cruel in getting rid of any vestige the beast-taming sect had on this earth. By comparison, Zhuofan was blunt and determined. Although seeing himself as the bad guy, Lunar looked at the sky with longing. Tuoba Taizhan bowed and carried out his order. Zhuofan was somewhat far from here, but he still heard the man clearly, having entered the ethereal stage. Humans, they need but a thought to become saints or demons. No one is better than the next. They all turn demonic once they grasp power. This was the way the world worked. The nobles oppressed the people, who had the emperors oppressing them, who had the sects breathing down their necks, with finally the very top experts coming down on the sections. As for those experts, they were at their turn at the whims of the world's laws, unable to break from them. One must constantly improve, grow stronger and stronger if they hope to shed their shackles, even above the entire world. Zhuofan had gleaned into the way the 10 ancient sovereigns were thinking. They did not want to be under anyone either. Smirking, Zhuofan flashed out of there. 3 months later, in an open field of sand, military tents were arranged in perfect order, with no end in sight. In their center lay the biggest tent, the one that also released the strongest aura. The war has been going for 6 months now without bearing any result. We've lost scores of good men and sent out a jade slip for aid, but help is late to arrive. We can no longer fight. An old man with a twirled beard looked at his men with a sigh. The other side as well. In the previous wars, as long as Quanrong's warriors fought, we'd still make some headway, since the strongest in these wars would be in the Radiant stage and the common people could still handle. But with Tianyu growing so fast, they just sent ethereal stage experts on the battlefield, forcing us to send our own to withstand the pressure. But this is no war. It's now been reduced to showing off one's power. It's more apt to call it a war between sects than nations. Who said it isn't? Do any of you think Tianyu's 3 guardian sects didn't send anyone, that they're all Tianyu's men? One elder spoke, the others shook their heads. Ever since the Luo alliance formed in Tianyu, its power grew close to that of a sect. They may as well be a 10th sect in Western lands in the future. Yeah. Tianyu is just too strong for a mere empire. All the officials here nodded their heads as they discussed among themselves. A shout came from beyond the tent. Imperial Capital's jade slip has arrived. The Imperial Capital's response is here. Did reinforcements come? Perking up, the top elder laughed as he hurriedly said, "Give me the jade slip." "Yes, sir." A soldier bowed and walked in to give the jade slip. The elder snatched it in joy, but then froze. The others were curious. "Old man, what's up? What does it say? Did the sect leader send curses for being useless and that no men are coming?" If only. The elder's shoulders shook, putting on the most heart-wrenching expression he could. "It's Quanrong Emperor's jade slip. He said that 3 months ago, some power infiltrated the nation and wreaked havoc in the imperial capital. To make it worse, it destroyed the beast taming sect. We're homeless." "A what?" Everyone looked stumped. While they were fighting here with their lives on the line, their home was getting pillaged. What the hell? It must be Tianyu. They must have sent someone to attack our backs. I'm going to kill them. Is it really them, though? The sect is stronger than just the few we have here, and it has a defensive array as well. Tianyu would have long since killed us if it could destroy our sect. What kind of an idiot would drag this useless war on instead? Oh, right. True. Everyone pondered, but the same guy just wouldn't give up. Then who else could destroy our sect? Demon Scheming Sect. Another man shouted, "Think about it. Demon Scheming Sect is guarding Tianyu, yet suddenly gives us 1,000 sacred stones to attack it. This is clearly a trap. We never saw through their intentions, but now we know. It's cutting off our escape. Blast it. I'll kill them all." Someone jumped to his feet, about to march to Demon Scheming Sect. Another one cursed, "Cut the crap, with the sect gone, we alone are nothing. Are you suicidal to get revenge like this? What else are we supposed to do? Go to Double Dragon Manor. We'll have them take revenge for us. The Exalted will settle it." The others nodded, having met consensus. So, the Quanrong's army withdrew across from Quanrong's camp. Luo Yunhai and Elder Li were discussing their plans when a report came. "Marshal, Quanrong is retreating. They're all leaving." "They're leaving?" Luo Yunhai looked at him with a dumb look. "Why? Just yesterday they pushed hard at us with their spiritual beast army. We only managed to hold thanks to the sacred stone array. But that still didn't give us any advantage? Why the sudden withdrawal?" Leng Wuchang spoke. "Maybe the cost was too much. Since nothing worked, they wasted too many resources and men. Or maybe something happened back home to their leaders." Leng Wuchang's eyes flashed. "Guard, scout Quanrong at once." "Just what happened?" "Yes, sir." A man bowed and left swiftly. Luo Yunhai sighed, much relaxed now. This war took 6 months, but it's finally over. Demon scheming sect wanted to wear down our will to fight, but now that the enemy withdrew their troops, everything is ruined. It's like Brother Zhua is watching us from beyond. Clan head, you shouldn't give Steward Zhua's spirit all the credit. Ling Wucheng scratched his head eyeing him. Luo Yunhai said, Sister said that one should respect immortals. We also should respect the Luo clan's ancestor and Brother Zhua just the same. That's just superstition. If Steward Zhua is up there somewhere, he should just get rid of the demon scheming sect and do us a solid. Don't you agree, clan head? Ling Wucheng glanced at Ling Wucheng, then shook his head. Sir Ling, ha ha ha. Chapter 829. Back to Demon Scheming Sect. Chapter 829. Back to Demon Scheming Sect. Proofreader, Papatongs. Before a magnificent and lush forest stood a man. He was all black, including his hair and those deep black eyes. The biting wind traced his face. Zhuofan was at the entrance of the demon scheming sect. His mind made on leaving Western lands. Now that he set up the array, he still felt like paying his old friends one last visit. The first on the list was his esteemed master, who said a demonic cultivator didn't value his master? He might just be the only one he'd bid farewell in person. Regarding Luo Yunhai and the rest, he'd settle for watching them from afar before leaving. He made a sign, and despite all the warping space, it just settled down soon after. Did the method to open it change? Frowning, Zhuofan muttered, while that may be when there's a traitor among the sect, to stop them from returning, by all accounts they should think I'm dead. Does this mean this was set by another? Zhuofan was pensive, then shook his head. Whatever, after saying goodbye to Elder Yuan, none of it would matter. You might have closed the door, but I have another way in. Zhuofan made a different gesture. It was something Elder Yuan taught him when he became the new sect leader. Only he could use it as long as the sect's defensive array didn't change. This method would remain. With how utterly expensive and time-consuming it was to change it completely, no sane sect would ever do that. Zhuofan had no trouble opening it this time. Seeing as how a path opened up, grinning, Zhuofan walked right in. He could have used the black flame too, but he went for subtlety this time around. Whoosh! Zhuofan moved from hiding to hiding, searching the demon scheming sect for Elder Yuan, yet there was no sign of him even in High Venerable's secluded room. What baffled him was that the demon scheming sect was no longer as lively as before. There was not one familiar face in sight. No Venerable by, no laborer frowning. Zhuofan's heart sank with unease after Yi Lin brought him to Ultimate Clarity Sect. He was stuck in the infernal gorge with the dragon ancestor. Yi Lin had told him of the outside state, but the demon scheming sect wasn't included in the news now that he was here. Something was off about this place, did you hear? The beast taming sect withdrew from the battle without so much as a word. Those damn fools in Tianyu have gotten away again. Didn't we give those bastards 1,000 sacred stones already? They even said they'd root out the clan from Tianyu, so why are they suddenly backing down? I just knew we couldn't trust those fools who only know to hang around beasts. Sect leaders Xie and Venerable sure are going to be pissed. Isn't he already? I just heard sect leaders roar coming from the main hall. Well, he did spend 1,000 sacred stones. You think we'd have asked them if we couldn't do it ourselves? To avoid a repeat of last time, with Heaven trailing sect messing it all up, sect leader gave those guys plenty of stuff. At this rate, all the winnings Zhuofan got us will soon be used up. What? Just how many is it this time? 2 people were grumbling while passing by Zhuofan's hiding place. They were inner sect elders squinting. Zhuofan checked his surroundings and then shot for the 2 whoosh. They had no chance when the shadow descended upon them, clutching their throats and sealing their yuan qi. Before leaving the place, they looked around confused when they suddenly slumped on the ground, only to find themselves on the mountain behind the sect. The 2 cried out, "Who dares attack the demon scheming sect? We're its elders." "I know." Walking closer, the sunlight shone over Zhuofan. "Why else do you think I grabbed you? Remember me? The two's eyes got used to the glaring sun and were then rooted in shock. Zhuofan? Aren't you dead? Ha ha ha, I figured as much. You did have something to do with those bastards from Universal Righteous Sect. Zhuofan shook his head, but I'm from the demon scheming sect and the sect leader at that. As long as you're not behind it, I am willing to let the elders of my sect go, ha ha ha. Shaking all over, the two bobbed their heads, pleading. Sect leader Zhua, this had nothing to do with us. It's all Venerable Shi and Xie Wuyue's plot. I know. Zhuofan waved them off in annoyance. I don't care about that. What I want to know. Zhuofan's eyes hardened. Where is High Venerable and Venerable Bai with the rest? Where are the laborers? The two shivered, lowering their heads. Zhuofan's heart sank, putting on a savage smile. I see, since you don't see me as a sect leader, then you're no elders to me. I should get rid of traitors like you. Zhuofan raised his hand, gushing black smoke. Wait, please, sect leader Zhua. We've always seen you as our sect leader. The two panicked. Then why don't you answer? Are you defying my orders? Whoosh. Zhuofan's aura exploded with bloodthirst, making the two elders feel chilled to the bone. The two bowed once again and begged, Sect leader Zhua, please, we won't hide anything from you. Please spare us, sect leader. The two then spilled everything that had happened. Zhuofan's brow shook, hatred building in his eyes. He thought the Universal Righteous Sect attack was only to deal with him, but that piece of garbage Xie Wu even struck High Venerable before removing any that was tied with him in the sect, as far as going after the Luo clan who rescued the stragglers, using Beast Taming Sect to do it. Sect leader Zhua, it's all Venerable Shi and Xie Wuyue's fault. We didn't do anything, we just followed orders. The two begged in tears. Zhuofan clenched his fists with bloodshot eyes. The most respected elder in the mortal domain, the only one who he took as his master, was now dead. Before he could even say goodbye, curse you, Xie Wuyue. Zhuofan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. He flicked his hand and had the two wrapped in black smoke. The two shouted, Sect leader Zhua, spare us. We'll remove the traitors with you. Please let us go. We're also elders of the demon scheming sect. As a sect leader, you have to let us live. Screw being a sect leader. Zhuofan cursed. I became sect leader only because Elder Yuan asked. Now that he's gone, I'd be a moron to become one for you fools. You really think I'd let you live after killing my people with Xie Wuyue? Demon transformation art. The two howled as the black smoke enveloped them. Their pain and grief was laid bare until the very end. Once the black smoke scattered, dust fell in the wind. Zhuofan flicked his hand. He was out for blood, his bloodthirst increasing as he marched for the main hall. Chapter 830. His Spirit Above. Chapter 830. His Spirit Above. Proofreader, Papatonks. God damn it. Damn that beast taming sect. Taking my money yet it won't do its part? Bam! Xie Wuyue pulverized a mahogany table to dust in a fit of rage. His eyes were burning with hatred. Venerable Shi sat nearby with a frown. He sighed, this is odd indeed. A sect wouldn't back out of their deal just like that. What could have led to this? Nothing, that's what. A bunch of savages got scared after hitting a snag. Xie Wuyue snapped. What's worse is that they ran with our damn sacred stones. Curse them all. Then bribing Heaven Trailing Sect is also costly. There's almost nothing left of the winnings from the Double Dragon gathering. Venerable Shi shook his head. Ha ha ha, can't bear to see them go? You shouldn't have taken the seat back then. That way the demon scheming sect would have surely flourished. Venerable Shi, what's your point? Xie Wuyue squinted with malice. Venerable Shi lazily put one leg over the other while shaking his head. Isn't it obvious? All inner conflicts are sources of heavy loss at core, with no fruits when overcome. Funny thing is people never get tired of doing it. And why, you ask? Just so they can sit their ass in the biggest chair. Ha ha ha, That's what happened to Tianyu's emperor, and the same goes for you. If the Luo clan didn't rise and stop the emperor's scheme, Tianyu would have lost a tenth of their lands and would have weakened greatly. Now though, Tianyu still has the Yuan clan at the helm. As for us, if we hadn't gone after Zhuofan so hard, we'd still have the 10,000 sacred stones to grow the sect. With Zhuofan, the sect leader, sent to Double Dragon Manor, the future was bound to have us as middle 3 sect at the very least. But rather than enjoy such a great future, it was much better to have your ass stuck to that chair. Ha ha ha, you win some, you lose some. The sect is in a dump, but we have our sect leader and I'm still the first venerable. Xie Wuyu gnashed his teeth. Are you saying that all of this is my fault? That Zhuofan was a better sect leader than me? That's not it at all. I'm only stating facts. Venerable Sure squinted. Besides, what's the point of a strong demon scheming sect if I don't have my seat? Ha ha ha, I'm only urging sect leader to ease up and stop minding the lost sacred stones. What matters is that we're still the leaders here. Xie Wuyu faltered, then sighed. Yeah, Venerable Sure is right. As long as we are here, winning or losing doesn't matter. Everything is ours, not someone else's. Venerable Sure nodded pleased, but discontent still flashed in his eyes. Xie Wuyu, what a shame for High Venerable, so astute and sharp, working for the betterment of the sect, only to have such dumb disciple. Greed has taken root in your heart, turning you into my puppet. Having a sect leader as my pawn ain't that bad, ha ha ha. Grinning, Venerable Sure stayed silent, ha ha ha, what a shameless disciple, being proud of running the sect into the ground. Elder Yuan's toil for 1,000 years was ruined in a blink by bastards like you. His spirit above wouldn't know rest watching you. Startled at the sudden cold shout, the two jerked in panic. Who's there? You dare toy with the demon scheming sect? Come out now. Toy? Ha ha ha, this is no game though. Zhuofan came out from a shadowy corner with a mocking smile. Xie Wuyu and Venerable Sure were shell-shocked. Why, you're supposed to be dead. Of course you'd want me dead. Zhuofan's eyes were cold, but I'm still alive. Who else would take revenge for Elder Yuan? As his disciple, it's my duty to clean up the dregs and the rat. Xie Wuyu recoiled, but then steeled his heart. You want to kill us? Humph, you, who hasn't even entered the ethereal stage in 10 years here. Whoosh. A golden light shone and Zhuofan flashed in their faces. The aura made them choke on their words, so fast. To be honest, I just entered it. With an evil smirk, Zhuofan punched at Xie Wuyu. SSS. The almighty power of his fist made it hard to breathe before it even landed. It forced the two to stagger back, right as the punch passed by. Whoosh. The scorching gale reached his face, burning him, while the mighty strike hit a wall, blowing a huge hole in it. The force then shot into the sky, making it quiver, punching a gap in it. Xie Wuyu was overwhelmed, stumbling backward as he was covered in sweat. When he finally stood straight, the punch had ripped his robe on his chest open. Xie Wuyu was even more shocked, watching Zhuofan in fear. It was his first time really fighting Zhuofan, but as it happened, Zhuofan was at his strongest. Zhuofan had been in the profound heaven stage when he got to demon scheming sect, and even when he entered radiant stage and formed his dragon soul. He still was no match now though, in the ethereal stage, with 2 souls, dragon ancestors refining and Qilin arm, Zhuofan was in perfect form. Not even a soul harmony expert could survive a clash with him, let alone peak ethereal stage. Xie Wuyu staggered backward 2 steps. Venerable Sure did the same. Coming next to Xie Wuyu, Zhuofan was beyond strong, even forcing Xie Wuyu back with 1 casual punch. Zhuofan did not care what they did since they couldn't stop him. He only had a devious smile on his face. That punch was a miss on purpose. Xie Wuyu, weren't you always in denial about me? Weren't you always questioning why Elder Yuan chose me to be sect leader? I'll let my strength do the talking. You and I are worlds apart. You're not fit to be a sect leader, not even worthy to lick my shoes. Zhuofan! Shuddering, Xiaoyue found Zhuofan's taunt insufferable. His biggest regret had been when his master accepted someone else over him. He wanted to prove to himself that he was better than Zhuofan, that his master was wrong, but with Zhuofan before him and taunting, he found himself lacking the nerve to fight. That punch alone told him Zhuofan was terrifying. Venerable Shi glanced at Xiaoyue. Sect leader, we can't fight him. I'm going to get help while you stall him. Venerable Shi trembled as he went for the door and fled. Xiaoyue didn't react the whole time, only looking at Zhuofan in panic. It was either fight or flight, but he was struggling to make a decision. He did want to fight to prove himself, but instinct told him fleeing was healthier. Zhuofan ignored Venerable Shi. We're both Elder Yuan's disciples. His spirit is watching us from above. Xiaoyue, today we'll see if Master was right or not. If you win, you are the one in the right. If I win, I absolve Master. Xiaoyue's fists clenched, a fire burning in his eyes. Master, watch me, I'll prove to you I'm right. Zhuofan is no match for me. We'll let facts speak for themselves. Snickering, Zhuofan looked at the sky with a soft gaze. Elder Yuan, I and Xiaoyue will be fighting. It is a fight between disciples, but also for you. Judge for yourself, Master. Chapter 831, Wiping the Shame. Chapter 831, Wiping the Shame. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. Xiaoyue's hand went through gestures with bloodshot eyes. He was in a crazed state, obsessed with beating his enemy just to prove himself right, that he was the best sect leader the demon scheming sect could ever have, that his master was wrong all along. By contrast, Zhuofan was standing there, waiting for him to finish without even paying him any attention. It was complete disregard. Xiaoyue, as he was now, was nothing more than a bug to him. The condescending look only worked to drive Xiaoyue's rage to new height. Finally done with wiggling his fingers around, a deep roaring came from the sharp winds, exploding into existence. The flood dragons wound around each other before shooting for Zhuofan with their claws and maws, ready to maul him. Quasi-Earth ranked martial art, dragon-crushing flood. Boom! The three flood dragons slammed into the dull Zhuofan, enveloping into a tricolored tornado that covered the entire main hall. The storm was so savage that it pulverized the main hall's ceiling as it touched it. Anything that got near it would be turned to dust. Xiaoyue panted, then snickered. Ha ha ha, against my quasi-Earth ranked martial art, not even a soul harmony expert could come out alive. Especially not you who didn't even defend, overconfident in your strength. You're suicidal taking it on like that. One more reason you're unfit to be a sect leader. Bam! His gloating was cut short as the tricolored storm vanished. Zhuofan eased down his hand, standing there like it hardly was worth the effort. Going by that skill alone, nothing you do can harm me. I have an unbreakable body, not something a dog's bite can even scratch. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, Zhuofan's clothes were broken in places, revealing his perfect and unmarred build. His skin even had a golden hue to it. It was obvious Zhuofan didn't use Yuan Qi to shield himself from the storm, evident by his shabby clothes. This only made it even more scary, proving he really had one obscenely tough body that not even a peak ethereal stage expert's quasi-Earth ranked martial art could break. This outrageous fact had never appeared in the entire world, least of all the Western lands. Abomination. Xiaoyue was still in denial, but more so helpless. That was his strongest skill, but Zhuofan just shrugged it off. Next was a battle of souls. Xiaoyue's eyes shook and a flood dragon came from his body in a gray light. Tear the sky, flood dragon claw. Roar! The flood dragon bared its claws at Zhuofan's chest. Humph. I know you have the heaven dragon soul, but you only formed it 5 years ago. My soul has. Bam! Xiaoyue's eyes had a savage glint as he raved, only to see his flood dragon getting smacked away before even reaching Zhuofan. Xiaoyue shook and spat blood. Looking ahead, he saw a scarlet dragon claw in front of Zhuofan with a look of scorn. Zhuofan said, "When it comes to souls, power isn't determined by just time. Strong is strong and weak is weak. My dragon's soul needn't even come out to finish off your flood dragon. Siawiyue, you are nothing to me. Zhuofan! Roaring at the top of his lungs, Siawiyue had lost his mind, throwing himself at Zhuofan. His hand flashed and revealed a bloody spear in the 10th grade. Your body can be invincible for all I care, but you still can't defeat me. Bam! The spear was smashed in his very hands and turned into red motes as they flew away startled. Siawiyue was in disbelief. How did a 10th grade spiritual weapon just break? Looking forward again, he saw Zhuofan holding a pitch-black longsword. Zhuofan's gaze was still, devoid of any feelings. I'm also a refiner. 10th grade items are nothing. Shaking all over, Siawiyue's mind was having a meltdown. Utter defeat. He was outclassed in every way imaginable, from skills and soul to equipment. He had no chance in hell of winning now. His futile attempt at proving himself better only backfired, with Zhuofan coming with strong responses beyond anything he could ever do. The feeling of failure closed in on him, squeezing his chest and making him shiver. It wasn't born out of fear, but out of helplessness. Just why did I lose? Zhuofan hid the demonic sword, his eyes stone-cold. His lofty position akin to an emperor looking down at a beggar. Zhuofan, I cannot lose to you. A shrill cry came from Siawiyue as he shot forth to strike again, clawing Zhuofan's head. Siawiyue. Zhuofan spoke in a low and dark tone. I didn't strike you out for master, to show he made no mistake. Now, it's time to wipe away the shame you brought. Whoosh. His dead expression turned savage in a flash, twisted with rage. The ruthless aura spread around, decimating anything in its path. Siawiyue's claws were halted, and he was filled with shock. Zhuofan's brutal Qilin arm took the moment to grab his head, and slammed him head first into the pavement in the middle of shouting. The main hall crumbled then and there, down in a deep crater. Zhuofan was far from finished, however, dragging Siawiyue around on the ground for 1,000 miles. Siawiyue, I have brought the 10,000 sacred stones to the sect on my own merit. Now I am using my power to drag you around like a ragdoll. I had also gathered the respect of most of the sect. You lack in merit, a mere paper tiger in strength, and are utterly useless when it comes to leading. So why can't you just accept it, instead of insisting on fighting me for a seat? As well as... Zhuofan held Siawiyue's hand into the dirt, speaking with red eyes and a ruthless tone. There were even some tears mixed in as well as he roared, going as far as killing your own master. I'd have failed master's spirit watching us if I don't rip you limb from limb. Rumble. Zhuofan snatched Siawiyue out of the dirt and flung him into the air. Siawiyue was looking mangled, his face beyond recognition and barely any teeth left. Alas, the glow around his body protected him from taking his meager life. Zhuofan looked up, noticing the glow as well, coming from the 10th grade spiritual armor he gave Siawiyue before. Sect leader, we came to help. Venerable Shur was back with reinforcements, all the elders and venerables in the sect, to surround Zhuofan. Siawiyue showed a crazed smile. Feeble as he was, Zhuofan, you came very close to killing me, but too bad you can't now. This is all thanks to the spiritual armor you gave me. Ha ha ha, what a shame. With the other ethereal stage experts here, you have no chance at all. Providence is by my side all the way. I'll live while you'll die. The demon scheming sect will be mine still, ha ha ha. Moron, there's no way a spiritual armor I made would protect someone who killed their own master. Zhuofan's left eye flashed with the black thunder flame. Siawiyue's spiritual armor exploded then and there in a gush of black thunder flame, searing his body. What the hell is this? The armor. Zhuofan's cruel smile said it all. He never trusted Siawiyue ever. So he laid a few tricks just in case. When they were still on friendly terms, he thought it best to place a spatial array inside the spiritual armor that connected to his divine eye of the void. Thanks to that neat trick, Zhuofan could use the power of void annihilation through the spiritual armor Siawiyue was wearing and take his life, but since he had something much better, like the thunder flame, it was a shame not to use it. Xiaoyu's squeals of pain soon died out. His figure burned wholly by the black thunder flame until there was nothing left. Zhuofan took a deep breath, looking at the sky. Master, I've wiped away the shame. Chapter 832. No Home Without Kin. Chapter 832. No Home Without Kin. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sect Leader. Xiaoyu's howls of agony inside the black thunder flame died out along with the signature of his soul. All that remained was the violent black thunder flame flickering in his place one last time before fading out as well. Demon scheming Sect's elders were panicking. Xiaoyu's very existence had been erased from this world. They slowly turned to the still figure beneath, and gulped in horror. It only took 15 minutes for Venerable Shur to gather the elders and come here. Just 15 minutes. It proved to be more than enough time for their sect leader, a peak ethereal stage expert, to die like nothing. What did that say about Zhuofan's power? Just how strong was he? Seeing Xiaoyu's cruel demise, everyone's heart was in their throat. Looking at Zhuofan in fear, ignoring their fear mixed with hatred and anger, Zhuofan just walked away with a stone-cold face. The ones surrounding him broke out in cold sweat and stepped back in fear each time he advanced. Fear had taken root in their hearts, robbing them of any will to fight. Venerable Shur looked around with gnashed teeth and shouted, "Don't let him escape! As long as he's alive, everything will unravel. Double Dragon Manor will side with him and ruin us. He has to die now for the demon scheming sect to be ours." Shuddering, the elders halted, looking grave and finally releasing their bloodthirst. Zhuofan stopped as well, glancing at Venerable Shur. "Humph, no matter how strong, he's all alone. Together, we'll crush him to pieces." Seeing his speech worked, Venerable Shur lifted their morale. "Letting him go will make him join Tianyu's traitors. That will be the moment we'll lose everything, even our lives. We can't let that happen. We must end him here and now." Roar! The old weasel sure knew how to use people, inciting them to fight. The fearful elders in front roared to mask their dread, releasing their souls and sending them to attack Zhuofan. The air felt heavy as the horde of souls unleashed their power at Zhuofan, making the earth he stood on sink 100 meters. The immense might brushed his cheek and fluttered his black hair, but not even this grand display of raw force from demon scheming Sect's best was enough to move Zhuofan. In fact, he had on a mocking smile, looking around at the souls coming for his life. Zhuofan sneered, "I see, so there aren't even 100 ethereal stage experts left. Ha ha ha, and you wish to kill me now that the sect is so weak? Aren't you a bit naive?" "Humph, we may be weaker, but united. 100 ethereal stage experts are enough to kill a prick like you." Whoosh! Venerable Shur grinned, his words cut off by a shadow covering the sky, and everyone around their bodies and souls had black creeping over them, halting them in place. Everything turned eerily quiet. The elders were overwhelmed. "What is this?" Venerable Shur was the most shocked of all. Zhuofan's flat voice pierced their ears. "What a pity! Elder Yuan had toiled for this sect, yet you fools snatched it. I'm sure his spirit wouldn't want to see this. As his disciples, I should do my part in wiping away the disgrace." The endless shadow opened its maw like a deep abyss as something dragged them down to hell. The fear they felt was out of this world. What the hell is this?" Venerable Bai shouted, switching to begging, "Zhuofan, you can't kill us or the demon scheming sect is finished. The sect is High Venerable's pride and joy. I know you care and respect him, and as his disciple, you wouldn't want to see High Venerable's efforts go to waste. Let's make up, putting you as sect leader. We'll listen to anything you say. Venerable Bai and the others can come back. We'll hand over power and become laborers as penance. Yeah, we'll do anything as long as you spare us. Sect leader Zhua, please let us go. We're from the same sect. We should help each other." Everyone turned to pleading now that he had them in his tight grip. Zhuofan paid their cawing no heed. "So now you appeal to my humanity, for being from the same sect? Ha ha ha, what about, the elders and labor office's disciples, did you think about them the same? Humph, that's rich, using High Venerable as an excuse when it suits you. Venerable, sure, I've never seen such a crass and revolting act, going as low as using the same person you had killed. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. I'll say this. I do see High Venerable as my master, but never demon scheming sect as my home. It's nothing but bullshit. High Venerable would have fallen for it and spared you, and I would listen to him. Too bad you killed High Venerable and I ain't as soft as him for the sect. There's no home without kin. Elder Yuan is gone from the demon scheming sect, and that broke any ties I had with this sect. Venerable, sure, I wonder if you'd spared High Venerable if you knew this day would come. Shuddering, Venerable sure had no response. Ha ha ha, Venerable sure, this is called a deadly sin, brought on by yourself. You're to blame for your own death. Zhuofan flicked his hand and the blackness flooded the space. Wails were heard as it swallowed everyone. Demon transformation art. Pa. The black domain faded away and Zhuofan stood alone, his face never changed, still walking out of the sect. The demonic sword flew out of him, whistling through the demon scheming sect's grounds as it painted the skies with the agony of its disciples. Zhuofan's step never faltered, his smile sad. Elder Yuan, I told you I only cared about you in this sect. A month later, in the Luo clan's hall on top of Blackwind Mountain, Luo Yunhai sat in his main seat with elders on either side of him, each frowning and grave. Clan head, I don't know why beast taming sect withdrew, but demon scheming sect must have had something to do with it for sure. And with heaven trailing sect giving the cold shoulder, it seems they'll become our enemies at some point. We must be on constant guard around these three sects. Venerable Bai spoke. Everyone around agreed. Fiend Yang shook his head. It's all our fault for bringing this disaster. Venerable Yang, you mustn't say that. Brother Zhuo had approached us in person, and that makes us brothers. How can I just let you suffer? Luo Yunhai sighed. We need to send more scouts to the demon scheming sect, just in case. They all nodded. Rushed steps approached, with Leng Wuchang bursting in with a jade slip. He bowed. Clan head, we know why beast taming sect withdrew. The scouts report that 6 months ago some strange power invaded the Quanrong imperial capital, stamping beast taming sect out and causing chaos in the city. Many princes died as well as other minor nobles. With their roots cut out, of course they'd withdraw. Ha ha ha. That really happened. There were gaps of shock around. The more affected were the group from demon scheming sect. No matter how antagonistic the 9 sects in Western lands, none would go as far as total annihilation. Not even Dan Qingshen went so far that time. There's no way the force that did it was from Western lands. Who cares, it did us a solid. Ha ha ha. Leng Wuchang laughed. Luo Yunhai nodded. Yes, if any reinforcements came, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. Regardless of where this power came from, it was God sent, Brother Zhuo's blessing. Clan head, you're giving Steward Zhuo's spirit all the credit again. If Steward Zhuo's spirit had acted, he'd go pay his debt. And kill Xie Weiwei, right? Leng Wuchang smiled with a sigh. Sir Leng, I'm not superstitious here and was only thinking. Brother Zhuo is a miracle worker, so much so that anything utterly baffling that is happening makes me think Brother Zhuo was behind it, that his spirit is watching over us. Luo Yunhai's passionate look touched the others. Report. A scout in black rushed into the hall, presenting a jade slip. Demon scheming sect scouts say that somehow the demon scheming sect was gone overnight. A what? There was a collective gasp and shock. Leng Wuchang shook, stunned for a good while. Hell, Steward Zhuo's spirit appeared for real. Chapter 833, Western Lands Unrest. Chapter 833, Western Lands Unrest. Proofreader, Papatongs. With barely a sound to announce their arrival, many tense figures filled a small path. They weren't the only ones, as on all the hills around were rows upon rows of people. In front of the path was a man in black, with black hair and black eyes. His gaze chilled everyone to the bone despite the sun shining above. Who the hell are you to break mystical heaven Sect's barrier? One disciple in white shouted. The man in black simply walked on with an eerie vibe around him. The disciples shook, feeling sweat trailing down their brow, yet none made a move. They knew this man was in the ethereal stage. Only elders could face such power. Heed me well, stranger. Stop right there. This isn't the outside world where an ethereal stage expert can just walk wherever. This is the mystical heaven sect, with many peak elders and venerables. You have no business stirring up things here. Another one barked at the man in black. Not that he gave a damn. Still walking on. The disciples were getting tense, feeling something bad would happen. Whoosh. The disciple in front looked over at the sound and was overjoyed to see the sect leader and the venerables here. The power of 7th, 8th and 9th layer ethereal stage flooded the area, giving the disciples confidence and safety. Even below ethereal stage as they were, they could tell the man in black was only in the 1st layer. With the best of the sect arriving, they could squash the interloper with their thumb. This fact filled them with confidence. The first disciple even grew smug. Ha ha ha, I told you to leave while you can. Now that sect leader is here, you have no chance. There'll be no mercy for anyone who steps into our sect. TCH, like sect, like people. I was kind enough to spare you last time, but now look at you, all lively and forgetful of past misfortune. You're even yapping at me, ha ha ha. The man walked on uncaringly. Sect leader cupped his hands. Sir, who are you? Which sect has come to mystical heaven sect? Sect leader was no fool like those disciples. Being on his seat for centuries, he knew how to act. Who cared if this guy was in the 1st layer? Did you know who had his back, or how strong they were? What kind of guy just waltzed in through a sect's array set up with sacred stones? He had to be someone to do that. It was common knowledge that such a man was representing the force behind him. When he acted, the floundering, ignorant people would only earn a quick death at his hands. Only the sect-grown disciples like mystical heaven sect would act like this too. The elders, however, knew more about the world. That cultivation wasn't everything. This gap in knowledge left the disciples stumped as to why sect leader showed such courtesy. He's just in the 1st layer ethereal stage. Sect leader? Why waste words with him? Are you scared? Sect leader glared at them, then sighed and sighed. These brats can only show off here, in the sect. Once they go out, they'll be sure to step on someone's toes and die without even knowing how. Ha ha ha, sect leader Xian, it's been a while. The man in black stopped in front of him, revealing a familiar face. Did you forget me already? Sect leader Xian narrowed his eyes, cupping his hands. Once he snapped out of it with gnashed teeth. Zhuofan, you're still alive, brat? Fortune must smile upon me to come back from so many brushes with death. Zhuofan smirked. You must know why I'm here, right? Sect leader Xian spat. Why, it's to take revenge, isn't it? Right you are. Zhuofan spoke. Sect leader Xian's laughter was filled with sorrow. Ha ha ha, you dare talk to me about vengeance? You took the life of my son. Yep, I killed him. Zhuofan said. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I won't deny it. You have all the right to attack me. However, Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly, filled with bloodthirst. You should have turned down Xiewiwe instead of taking revenge on someone else. Demon scheming Sect's High Venerable is my revered master in Tao. I didn't plan on nitpicking over this matter, but the killing of my master, ha ha ha, so now you know the pain of loss. Sect leader Xian cackled. I see, the old coot mattered to you. If I knew, I'd have his corpse thrashed after heaven. Trailing sword killed him. A son's mistake is a father's fault. A disciple's fall is a master's shortcoming. I should have taken all the rage I had for you on that old coots. Zhuofan's brow shook, gnashing his teeth. Say that again. I'll say it 100 times if I want to. I'll thrash his body, maul it, butcher it. You came just in time. Once I kill you, I'll go to the demon scheming sect and take that old fool's head so you two would enjoy being mutilated together to quell my hatred. Zhuofan's face fell, showing a cruel smile. I was going to go easy on Qingqing's master and fellow disciples, only coming to deal with you. But now, mystical heaven sect has no place in this world. You want to destroy us? Sect leader Xian laughed like mad. Ignoring the fact it's impossible for you alone, even if you bring help like last time, it won't do squat. Destroying a sect in Western lands will have severe repercussion to you and them. Zhuofan smirked, his eyes flashing with savagery. To a dead man like me, no rules of Western lands can hold me. Mystical Heaven Sect will never see tomorrow ever again. Zhuofan shot straight for Sect leader Xian, enveloped in black. Kill him. Sect leader Xian roared. Leading the charge, a flood of people came at Zhuofan, while his darkness spread to every corner, covering the world. 3 months later, the heaven-reaching pavilion in Double Dragon Manor, the Exalted sat in their seats with tightened brows. Below them were 50 ethereal stage experts, the survivors of Beast Taming Sect. So you're saying it's all demon scheming sect scheme? Exalted Hey Rant's piercing gaze washed over them. The men bobbed their heads. Exalted, it's without a doubt their plan. They first wanted us to wear down Tianyu, helping them eliminate their traitors only so they could ambush our sect from behind, even destroying it. If not that, how else would our sect barrier be broken so easily and have our home in ruins? Maybe sect leader's guard was down since we were in agreement with Xiaoyue, giving him the chance to raid us. I ask that Exalted make it right, for our righteous beast taming sect. Bam! Exalted Hey Ran slammed the table, barking, "Damn that Xiaoyue! I warned him not to cause trouble. Does he really think I'm blind to his twisted methods? I overlooked it this time, but he actually went as far as bringing outsiders to weaken his sect. Exalted is right. Xiaoyue is vile and repulsive." Beast Taming Sect's elders echoed at once. It only worked to have Exalted Hey Ran vent on them. You fools aren't any better. His sect had gotten peaceful again, yet you stepped in as well? We'll take Exalted's lesson to heart. The elders bobbed their heads. Exalted Hey Ran snorted and glared. What now? Your entire sect is gone? Hey Ran, let's leave this matter for now. The most important thing is if the demon scheming sect really did it or not. Exalted by May spoke. Demon scheming sect's power aside, will he really have the nerve to do such an outrageous act? The conflicts between the 9 sects would never go as far as total annihilation. Everyone in Western lands knows that. The minute a sect violates it, the others will remove it. Would he actually do such a thing? But if it's not demon scheming sect, then who? In one night, not a single soul was left in the sect. Exalted Hey Ran frowned. Report. A Double Dragon Manor's elder scrambled to present a jade slip with trembling hands and pale face. Exalted, the demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect have been destroyed in the span of a day. A what? The two shot to their feet in shock. Beast Taming Sect's elders were stunned. Demon scheming sect is gone as well? So it's not them who ruined ours? Did we blame the wrong person? Chapter 834, Investigation Team. Chapter 834, Investigation Team. Proofreader, Papatonks. Dang. Crisp sounds came from far and wide. Bam. A golden light flashed from the depths of a stream, revealing Yi Lin's tense look. He was covered in golden flames as he slowly withdrew them within himself. Yi Lin looked in the distance. What's gotten the Exalted so anxious to call a meeting of everyone in Double Dragon Manor? An enemy attack perhaps? Thinking it over, Yi Lin flew for heaven-reaching pavilion. This should be fun. Who? In another part, colored lights faded to reveal 3 lithe figures. Through much toil this past year, Chu Qingqing, Shui Ruohua and Danner finally entered the ethereal stage. Qingqing, empty spirit body is amazing. We're fresh ethereal stage cultivators, but together we can even fight one in the 6th layer. Shui Ruohua revealed a wide smile, catching her breath. Chu Qingqing wiped her brow, not relaxing for a moment as she shook her head. Still not enough. This isn't nearly enough to face the guardians of the lower three sects, let alone an entire sect. Qingqing, you still want the demon scheming sect, Shui Ruohua sighed. You have to understand already that the Exalted won't ever let you do this. Double Dragon Manor is already conceding more than enough by allowing Xie Weiyue to be taken down and putting Zhuofan's spirit to rest. Danner nodded. Western Lands has its rules. No matter how strong our array is, we still can't destroy its core. We'll end up being hunted down. I don't care. None who harm Zhuofan shall escape. Chu Qingqing's eyes flashed with hatred, her fists clenched. For my late husband's revenge, anything is worth it, even becoming Western Lands' enemy. The two girls sighed. We'll have to leave Western Lands together. Senior sister. You don't have to say it. A sister in need is a sister indeed. You want to betray Western Lands, and we shall stand with you all the way. Shui Ruohua held her shoulder with a giggle. Besides, Zhuofan sure left a good impression. If not for you two being together and us being sisters, might have made a move. Revenge for one's husband doesn't sound so bad. Hi, senior sister, you finally admit it. You like your junior sister's husband. Danner teased. Shui Ruohua raised an eyebrow, bit back. You're one to talk, always sticking so close to her husband. Don't think for a second your innocent act fooled anyone. As if. You're still denying it. The girls burst out laughing. Chu Qingqing felt comforted having them around, the only two sisters who would go with her. The sound of a bell echoed in the distance, startling them. They rushed towards heaven-reaching pavilion. It was their first time hearing the bell being sounded, knowing it was only rung in dire situations. The bell's ringing reached one particular pond once the blaze faded. Yen Mo's stern face was revealed. A breeze went by and Wu Qingqiu appeared as well. Did something happen? We'll know when we get there. They flew in the bell's direction as well. People from all around the Double Dragon Manor had heard the call and answered by converging to heaven-reaching pavilion. The Exalted sat on their main chairs, with the elders seated just below them. Behind them were Chu Qingqing and all the other disciples Double Dragon Manor had taken in to nurture. The image was complete with some laborers who bowed at the further end. The Exalted scanned the crowd to see all had come. Their faces were grave, finding it hard where to begin. Lords, what has happened to warrant an urgent meeting? One elder bowed. Exalted He Ran took out a jade slip, sighing. News just arrived that in just 6 months, the Western Lands' lower three sects, Beast Taming Sect, Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect, had been wiped out overnight. There are no survivors. A what? Panic spread among the crowd, with the elders whispering among each other. Order had been instilled ever since the 9 sects of Western Lands came to be, preventing anything remotely as grave as this from taking place. So how all of a sudden Chu Qingqing's group was taken aback for a moment before smiling. The criminals behind Zhuofan's death had been put down before we could. Is this providence? Ha, good for them. Yilin was looking mighty uncomfortable, to say the least. Oh hell, don't tell me elder brother did it. Master had him go around setting arrays, but he went for revenge first. Not that it has anything to do with me. I do wonder though, was it really possible for him to actually kill every last one of them? Won't that mean elder brother got even stronger? I better put my back into it before he leaves me way behind. Yilin's mind was set. Exalted. Was this done by an insider or by other lands? Wu Qingqiu stood up. Exalted by Mei nodded, appreciating his valor. While others were too overwhelmed, he was focused on unraveling the problem. It's too soon to tell, but I suspect it wasn't done by anyone from Western Lands. There's just too few that can actually do it. A simple investigation is sure to expose them, and they would never go that far either. This only leaves other lands as the probable suspect. Wu Qingqiu nodded, having reached the same conclusion. This was the only logical explanation. I bet it was a ghost. The snort drew everyone's attention to Yi Lin's mocking look. They gave him a weird look. Then Wu Qingqiu asked, "Little junior brother, why do you say that?" Nothing. It's just that I find these sects odd." Yi Lin darted his eyes around before saying, "Just think about it. Beast Taming Sect aside, the other two lower three sects had all engaged in murder just a year ago." The Exalted exclaimed at once, "Zhuo Fan! Zhuo Fan!" Chu Qingqing swayed, her gaze vacant as she looked at Yi Lin. What are you trying to say?" Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan had a bone to pick in Double Dragon Gathering, which made Chu Qingqing give him the cold shoulder in Double Dragon manner. It was certainly odd to hear this ever-silent man talk of his own accord. Yi Lin glanced over. Zhuo Fan had warned him to not say anything about him, but at the end of the day, this woman was his elder brother's wife. The least he could do was offer some comforting words to his sister-in-law. Gazing into Chu Qingqing's hopeful eyes, Yi Lin spoke. "I'm saying that it's possible that someone took revenge for Zhuo Fan. Or, his ghost did it instead. How else could an entire sect have not a single soul survive? It's too strange, especially when it's filled with ethereal stage experts." The Exalted shook. "Why didn't we think of that? It might be revenge for the cruel event involving the Demon Scheming Sect, Mystical Heaven Sect, Heaven Trailing Sect and Universal Righteous Sect. Did that make Beast Taming Sect a smokescreen? Won't that mean the next target is..." Exalted He Ran panicked. Exalted by May appeased him. "Don't get too excited. Heaven Trailing Sect isn't like the other three. It's a middle three sect, with plenty of soul harmony experts. They'll be fine. Still, we'll have to look into this event thoroughly. It will have a great impact on Western Land's order." Exalted by May looked below. "I'm forming an investigation team to look into these three sections. The team will be led by an elder, taking disciples along as a trial." "I will go." Chu Qingqing was the first to speak, her eyes shining with hope. Yi Lin's words made her want to see just who took revenge for her late husband. Who would go as far as destroy three sects. But what she really wished for was the avenging ghost Yi Lin talked about. Chu Qingqing's heart jumped. Yi Lin grinned. "Elder brother, I didn't say anything." Chapter 835, Avenging Ghost. Chapter 835, Avenging Ghost. Proofreader, Papatonks. Under the sun's warm glow, a soft breeze touched a still lake. The warm air traced the flowers, grass and trees, which they received by sprouting new leaves despite the blissful scenery. One man in black had a permanent scowl on his face, looking like a ghost from hell with that stone-cold expression. The icy aura coming off him was biting as he stood in the lake hum. He gently pointed in the air, making the air shimmer around his fingers. Smirking, he muttered, "So this is Heaven Trailing Sect's defensive array. I might have not come here before, but I'm sure I came to the right place." A crackling sound came as his left eye held a black thunder flame. It spread in the air and burned a 3-meter hole in space, revealing a totally different scene. The man had a mocking smile as he entered with confidence. A piercing sound rang out throughout the sect. The next second, enemy attack. The shouts came from everywhere as they all converged around the man in black. There were tens of thousands, mostly disciples in the radiant stage, with few at peak and even fewer in the ethereal stage. The man shook his head. Heaven Trailing Sect is a middle three sect after all, so why do I only see ignorant pups in the radiant stage, and some even in the profound heaven stage? Why did all your elders die out? You dare barge into Heaven Trailing Sect? Do you have a death wish? A familiar face popped in just 100 meters away, still as cocky and obnoxious as ever. "Weren't you looking for an ethereal stage expert? Well, here I am. Humph, a first-layer ethereal stage cultivator isn't even worth our elders' time." The man in black halted, looking at him with a shake of his head. The disciples around were excited, buttering up. "Young master is the best. Your mere presence has rendered him mute. You're truly the best model for any of us. Right you are. Young Master had shown extraordinary valor and bravery in the Double Dragon gathering. With you here, no elder is needed to deal with outsiders. Hee hee. Everyone clamored while the young master looked even more smug and cocky. If that was possible, the man in black let out a thick condescending chuckle. For some odd reason the young master barked, "What are you laughing at? At how you twisted facts. You, brave at the Double Dragon gathering? Did you even get to showcase yourself?" The man in black mocked, "Ren Song, you're lying to your poor junior brothers who haven't seen the Double Dragon gathering just so you could bask in their praises." The son of heaven trailing sect leader, Ren Song, shuddered. Well, sure, he was a genius in his own right, reaching ethereal stage quite early, but that was relative to the scale. When compared to the whole of Western lands, he didn't make the cut, to say nothing more of Double Dragon gathering, where geniuses are a dime a dozen. The top genius of Heaven Trailing Sect ended up suffering more than ever, but who was dumb enough to say that after returning? What then would become of his name, his image, the attention he was getting? So he made himself the tragic hero, having his team set up by demonic cultivator experts, with only him surviving after he fought with his life. This earned him greater fame and the disciples' admiration as the future sect leader. Fame couldn't be more important, far more than his integrity. This was why the elders kept silent too. Now that some weirdo showed up exposing his clowning at Double Dragon gathering, he was revolted. "Who the hell are you? Who am I? Ha ha ha." Raising his head with a chuckle, he revealed the one face Ren Song hated the most in this world. "Young Master Ren, how's your rosebud faring? Does it still hurt?" Face twitching, Ren Song clenched his glutes in reflex, hiding his trauma with rage and hatred. "Zhuofan, you haven't died yet. Die." Zhuofan cocked an inquisitive eyebrow, his smile ever mocking. "Who knows? Maybe I'm dead already. But seeing you bastards so carefree, it rubs me the wrong way. I'd be so much better to have you join me in hell." "Cut your damn act!" Ren Song shouted. Zhuofan shook his head. "You think I'm playing? Ha ha ha. Maybe I'm just a ghost right now, one that wants to drag you all to hell." Zhuofan's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Ren Song shuddered backward in fear. He knew very well what Zhuofan could do. But with so many fellow junior brothers around, he couldn't fail to perform his role. "All you know is how to be cocky. You can't do anything to us by yourself. What a joke. An obnoxious prick like you isn't worth getting my hands dirty. Guys, get him." No one moved. The disciples looked at Ren Song in hesitation. "Hey, young master, aren't you being mercurial here, sir? We get that you're far too precious and don't want to do it yourself, but can't you see his level? Most of us are in the radiant stage, with just a few fresh ethereal stage cultivators. Are you telling us to give our lives away? You're the only real ethereal stage expert here, so stop mincing words and attack." All looked off at Ren Song, who noticed his mishap and froze. "Ignorant fools. You think I can win? My butt's still aching here. And you want me to fight this freak? Waiting for the elders is much better. What's taking them so long anyway?" Ren Song was waiting tensely while the disciples waited for him to move. It was truly comical how stiff the entire situation was, especially with all of them surrounding one guy. Zhuofan caught on and laughed, going for Ren Song. "Since you won't come, I'll go to you. Young Master Ren, weren't you a hero at Double Dragon Gathering? Show your juniors what their great senior can do, ha ha ha." "Yeah." The disciples cheered, eager to see a good show. "Zip it." Face twitching, Ren Song glared at the culprit on the verge of crying. "That's Zhuofan we're talking about. Aside from the fact I'm not his match, I'll be sure to die in a few blows. These heartless fools, they only know how to flatter. Now that an enemy has come, you throw me to the wolves. You're killing me here." Ren Song was seething in anger at his junior's betrayal, while also waving his hands around at Zhuofan. "Wait, let's talk this out. I don't want to fight." Oh, but I do, haha, Zhuofan laughed. Not stopping for a second, Ren Song's heart thumped in shock. His first instinct was to flee, even forgetting to put up a Yuan Qi shield. Don't you harm my son. Whoosh! A mighty pressure spread as a strong man appeared before Ren Song and punched Zhuofan. Zhuofan's Qilin arm flashed red as he punched as well. Bam! Zhuofan fell back to his previous spot while the man trailed the ground for 10 meters. There were clear marks left on the ground while his fist shook from the clash. Sect leader. Dozens of elders arrived just then, shocked at the result. Ren Xiaoyun looked grave as he glared at Zhuofan. Who are you, sir, to trespass into heaven? Trailing sect. Father, he's Zhuofan. He came for revenge. Ren Song was giddy about reporting this fact with hateful eyes. My help is here, Zhuofan. Now you're done for, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun looked baffled. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Ha ha ha, that's not important right now. What is though, is that everyone here will die today. Zhuofan had an evil smirk plastered on his face, shuddering. Ren Xiaoyun laughed. Ha ha ha, a ghost coming back for revenge. So demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect some time ago must be your work as well, I assume. But don't you go lump heaven trailing sect with those two. Since you bothered coming here though, then let me send you off to hell. I'll make sure you won't come back this time either. Well, aren't you confident? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked. Chapter 836, Court. Chapter 836, Court. Proofreader, Papatongs. Bam! Ren Xiaoyun stomped and shot for Zhuofan, focusing all his power and bloodthirst into his fist. Zhuofan raised the Qilin arm to block. The resulting clash had actually sent Zhuofan flying for 1,000 meters. His prized arm unable to take all the brunt. Frowning, Zhuofan's red arm shook, which made Ren Xiaoyun laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't believe it when everyone told me what a monster you are, but now I do. My soul is that of the cold steel sword, tougher than anything. Anything below the soul harmony stage, even if made of black iron, can never stand up to it. Who'd have thought I'd see the day a mere fresh ethereal stage punk would do the impossible? You really are an abomination. Is that praise or mockery I hear? He was still going backward, even as his right hand was shaking. Zhuofan eyed him coldly, grinning. Ren Xiaoyun's eyes flashed red. Praising, what else? You're the first ethereal stage cultivator to take on a soul harmony cultivator's punch. Though that's pretty much it. Ren Xiaoyun's fist swung like a hammer, coming at Zhuofan's face from the side. Zhuofan felt an incredible pressure, taking his breath away, squinting hard. Zhuofan's was quick to act, and a draconic roar echoed as a scarlet dragon tail came from behind, lashing at the punch. Is this your heaven dragon soul, almighty scarlet dragon king? Ren Xiaoyun lit up and laughed, wearing a nasty grin. A shame, no matter how strong the soul, it's nothing against a soul harmony expert. Boom! The tail and the mighty fist finally clashed. The dragon howled. Its tail flung back from the punch and landed hard on Zhuofan's face. He was sent flying once more, this time for miles, blasting any house or building in his way. SSS. Everyone gasped in shock at the display. Sect leader is so strong. He killed him in one blow. Father is supreme. Sect leader is amazing. Ren Song exploded in glee after a moment of stupefaction. The others bowed in respect. Sect leader is amazing. One elder came before Ren Xiaoyun with a smile and a bow. Sect leader's power has improved again. Congratulations on your imminent advancement. I think so too as well, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun pointed in Zhuofan's direction. Someone check and see if he's still alive. Ha ha ha, highly unlikely. The elder smiled. It was a fluke for the boy to survive sect leader's first punch, so how could he take a second one? It always pays to be cautious. This kid's too tenacious, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun laughed in pride. Even he wrote Zhuofan off after that almighty punch of his, but he still wanted to be safe if he survived. One more light strike should correct that. The elder's gaze was full of admiration. his words oozing flattery. Sect leader is so cautious, for the future of heaven trailing sect. I shall now do my duty. Ren Xiaoyun nodded and the elder shouted for 2 disciples to check Xuefan's body. How could young Master Ren ever miss the chance of seeing his enemy's mutilated corpse? Father, can I go as well? In case he survives, I'll be sure to not let my junior brothers suffer any problems. I can make a quick decision if anything happens. Our hero. The disciples were touched to the core. It never occurred to them to ask that since checking a corpse was so dangerous, why not send an elder instead? This showed sect leader was utterly confident Xuefan would never crawl back out. Ren Tsong thus was only taking this chance to be in the limelight. Ren Xiaoyun admired his son for knowing to be prompt in any circumstance, when to retreat and when to flex. Sect leader, young master is so brave and always has his fellow disciples' well-being at heart. It's a blessing to have him in our sect. The same elder went for another round of kissing rear, elating Ren Xiaoyun. Ha ha ha, my child is always so reckless, making his father worry. Sect leader is right, young master's valor is beyond anyone's. He's a blessing to the sect, but he's also got sect leader concerned. Sigh, such woe to your heart. The elder was far from finished it seemed. Ren Xiaoyun eyed him and laughed. The elder is strong enough. He'll make a good venerable, ha ha ha. He gestured for Ren Tsong to go. Ren Tsong skipped over to the ruins in all his childish exuberance. Humph, Xuefan, you finally got yours. Now let's see just how wretched your death is. Is your head popped like a melon or your limbs all over the place? Hee hee. Ren Tsong shoved his hand in, to grab Zhu's body. An explosion sounded next, with a scarlet claw coming out ahead of him and grabbing his head. Ah! The wail echoed throughout the sect. The people shuddered, watching as a dusty and shabby person came out of the rubble. In his right, he had a familiar figure, Ren Tsonger. Ren Xiaoyun cried out, overwhelmed by what he saw. Xuefan, that punch should have killed you. Xuefan turned his head, his eyes cold as ice. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, he sneered, how is a ghost supposed to die again? With a roar, a scarlet dragon head appeared next to Xuefan. How is this possible? Ren Xiaoyun was in disbelief. How is his soul intact after a soul harmony punch? How is it so strong? This can't be happening. Xuefan mocked, ignorance is bliss. A soul's strength depends solely on the cultivation art. As for this dragon soul, the other variants won't be able to show its true potential. Only by changing its core is its power revealed. The scarlet dragon head shifted, turning golden with raging flames around its frame. Its power was the true difference, increased dozens of times, maybe even enough to pressure a soul harmony expert. Decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King was the strongest form of a heaven dragon soul. The only one capable of fighting a soul harmony expert. Ren Xiaoyun and everyone around him stood dumbstruck. It was a first for them to see a soul unharmed after taking a soul harmony expert strike. Reason-dictated soul harmony stage was the bane of souls, but this soul was just way too strong. Wu. Ren Tsong struggled in Xuefan's grip, whining and wailing. Ren Xiaoyun came to at last and shouted, Xuefan, let my son go or... Pa! Xuefan flicked his hand and threw Ren Tsong to the golden dragon behind. It opened its fiery maw, swallowing Ren Tsong whole. With a crunch, blood started spilling between its fangs in all directions, some even landing on Xuefan's face. Xuefan's cold smile never faltered, now creepier with all the blood. Ren Tsong shook a couple of times before stilling, turned into a golden dragon's chew toy. His soul was suffering the same fate, torn to bits seeing the blood of his son dripping on the ground from the dragon's teeth. Ren Xiaoyun was lost for a moment, then his eyes went bloodshot and he spat Xuefan's name with all the hatred he could muster. Chapter 837, Animal. Chapter 837, Animal. Proofreader, Papatonks. Xuefan! The shout of grief was filled with hatred and sadness. The disciples shook under it and fell back in fear. They had never seen their revered sect leader so bent on killing. Zhuofan didn't care, even giving a taunting smile. Bam. The anger was too much for Ren Xiaoyun to take, ignoring Zhuofan's power and how he survived. He charged right at him. His rage-fueled punch was actually stronger than before, smashing at Zhuofan's head, wanting to pulverize him. Zhuofan just stood there, watching the punch come, yet still deciding to block with his Qilin arm. Bam. Rattle. He was once again sent backward, 100 meters, but then Zhuofan exploded in golden flames as golden scales appeared on his skin. Ugh. Zhuofan halted there, and Ren Xiaoyun's raging fist could push him no further. Even through the anger, Ren Xiaoyun was shocked. How a mere fresh ethereal stage. Yeah, just how. The elders and disciples around stood dumbstruck. Zhuofan grinned. Soul harmony stage is merely borrowing the soul's strength to improve the body. A sword's soul would make a body tougher than ever, while a beast's soul would turn one into an animal of extraordinary strength. Though it's not much of a difference in reaching the soul harmony stage if a body already possesses such power. There's no way. No one can train their body that hard. A human isn't a tool, nor an animal. Going so far will break it. That's the whole point of the soul harmony stage. A strong soul in a strong body. Ren Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth. Zhuofan nodded in praise. Very good, sect leader Ren, for understanding the core of soul harmony stage. The true character of soul harmony stage is to bring a human's body to the strength of a spiritual beast, a notion passed on from antiquity. I wouldn't have known either if not for hearing some old myth. It seems that the arts, skills and cultivation stages all came to be as a way to fight back the spiritual beast. Sect leader Ren is sharp to figure on his own. Why can't I understand a word you're saying? Ren Xiaoyun shouted. Zhuofan shook his head. You don't need to understand, just know. You're a soul harmony expert, but I am a true animal. Man and beast had fought since the dawn of time, with the result going either way depending on the case. But don't think for a second you're stronger than me as a soul harmony expert. Zhuofan's Qilin arm shook and sent Ren Xiaoyun flying. Ren Xiaoyun cried out, "What's going on here?" He was a soul harmony expert, but a mere shake of a fresh ethereal stage cultivator sent him flying. Ren Xiaoyun refused to believe it, while his sect was watching dumbfounded. Zhuofan snapped in front of him, punching his chest with the Qilin arm. Sect leader. The audience cried out. Ren Xiaoyun rushed to block with his hands. Bam. Feeling as if a mountain struck him, Ren Xiaoyun shot like a meteor from Zhuofan's red punch, leveling everything within 5 miles of where he landed. Cries echoed as radiant stage disciples rushed out of the way. Even ethereal stage and soul harmony experts looked with lost gazes. How's this guy so strong? How is he forcing sect leader back? And he's just an ethereal stage cultivator? Not even a soul harmony expert can do that. Crash! As the dust fell, Ren Xiaoyun shot from the rubble with blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes were hard as he looked around in search of Zhuofan. The famed Zhuofan was actually so strong as to even pummel the sect leader of a middle 3 sect. He was a soul harmony expert, a rarity in the western lands too, wielding power way above the rest of the masses, yet a kid was toying with him. Still Ren Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth. Whoosh! Following the whistling wind, Zhuofan appeared in a golden flash behind Ren Xiaoyun, punching with his Qilin arm. Sect leader Ren, where are you looking? Ren Xiaoyun swished around, only to meet the punch. Forced into a corner, he used his hands again to block. Bam! Ren Xiaoyun went flying again in mid-flight. Zhuofan appeared ahead of him and punched his back hard as he arrived. The immense power connected this time, and Ren Xiaoyun spat blood, looking pale and slamming into the ground again. Golden flashed once more and Zhuofan appeared where Ren Xiaoyun was about to land to punch again. In a twisted game of catch, Ren Xiaoyun acted as the ball while Zhuofan just punched him around, making sure not to drop him. He appeared all over the place, to make sure to give Ren Xiaoyun some serious damage. The audience was looking dumb at this point. That speed is insane, like a ghost's. They all knew this was no skill's doing, but brought about by pure speed, something not even a soul harmony expert could achieve. Who'd ever believe an ethereal stage child could be so abominable? If the late Rinson would be here right now to witness such a familiar scene, he'd be shocked to the core. It was the same thing he saw in Zhuofan's battle with Yi Lin. The only difference was, Zhuofan was more gruesome. While both had the dragon ancestor's golden flame inheritance, Zhuofan had a true sacred beast's body. The Qilin's arm, the new and improved Zhuofan, coupled with the mighty arm and golden flame, was no longer your run-of-the-mill monster. Saying he was a half-sacred beast wasn't a stretch either. Bang. Booming came constantly from up above as Ren Xiaoyun was punched around while spilling blood every time. Despite being in the soul harmony stage, he was powerless to stop him. He was looking worse and worse. He won't last long in this world. Ren Xiaoyun felt downcast at this truth. A great sect leader like him was going to die in his sect as his son did from an ethereal stage cultivator. This was disgraceful, sect leader. Shouts came from below, and he woke up to the fact he was not alone. Seeing their leader about to breathe his last, the elders sprung into action. A dozen soul harmony venerables finally came to their senses and charged towards Zhuofan. Ren Xiaoyun was moved to tears. God damn it, those geezers finally come to help. I've been waiting for ages. No matter how much of a freak the brat was, with these dozen soul harmony experts, even he would suffer since he was still in the ethereal stage. Zhuofan glanced over at the incoming enemy and ignored Ren Xiaoyun to deal with them. Brat, are you looking to die coming at us? You killed our young master, harmed the sect leader, now you shall pay for your crimes with your life, ha ha ha. The men of Heaven Trailing Sect looked smug, talking about winning before they even clashed. Like Zhuofan was finished. A shame. Reality never conformed to their delusions. Whoosh! Golden flashes shot around as Zhuofan clashed with the dozen soul harmony experts. Wails resounded the next moment as the men were split apart, crumbling to the ground. Their scarlet blood gave the sky a red tint. Zhuofan was the only one standing with a pitch-black longsword in his hand. The hopeful Ren Xiaoyun felt his face twitch. Just how strong is this brat to kill a dozen soul harmony experts in a blink? But why use the sword on them but only punch me around? Hope turned into despair in a matter of seconds. Ren Xiaoyun was so touched by Zhuofan's attentive care that he almost cried. Chapter 838. To each their own path. Chapter 838. To each their own path. Proofreader, Papatonks. The witnessing elders, disciple and venerables looked stupefied, gasping at the totally outrageous outcome. The sect only had those soul harmony experts, yet all were killed in a flash as the bloody rain fell, with squishy parts in between. The audience froze. No one made a single peep. Zhuofan took back the sword, turning around to grin at his previous trusty punching back. Ren Xiaoyun shuddering. Ren Xiaoyun's mood hit rock bottom again? Why me? I can't take it anymore, dying in 2 hits. You elders, don't just stand there, help! Everyone was still looking lost. Maybe the shock was so great it upended all their common sense, or it just might be that they were smart enough to play dumb and not die like the others before them. Ren Xiaoyun wanted to curse. They just loved buttering him up every day all day, but when it counted, none would help. A bunch of double-crossing degenerates. The elders were having difficulties themselves, though. With the best soul harmony experts removed so easily, as ethereal stage experts, they'd only go there to die. Sect leader, you gotta take us into consideration, to preserve the strength of the sect. Ren Xiaoyun looked to be in the pits of despair. It's over. Who'll help me now? Zhuofan snickered, shooting for him. Ha ha ha, sect leader Ren, the great middle 3 sect, Heaven Trailing Sect, is nothing short of a letdown. All your elders are cowards, none willing to risk themselves to save you. Talk about a useless sect leader. Ren Xiaoyun's face twitched. Sect leader. The elders finally cried out in anger, though none thought of coming over. Fine, fine, I already knew your stance. I'm about to hang, so what's the point of faking sympathy, to console me? Humph, hypocrites. Ren Xiaoyun huffed and sneered. He was wondering if these geezers were really after sympathy, or maybe they had been hypocrites for so long, they forgot how to act natural. One thing was certain, these ingratiating oldies were useless when the going got tough. Like now, I should have just sent them first to fight. What was wrong with me when I went to fight that freak? Ren Xiaoyun was wallowing in regret. A shame none of this mattered at this point. Zhuofan popped next to him and punched at his head. It didn't follow the same game from before. The strike was filled with the desire to kill. Even Zhuofan got tired of playing. Ren Xiaoyun's heart sank and sighed. I just had to mess with the wrong monster. Whoosh! Just before Zhuofan's killing blow landed, a whistling sound passed by his ears. Zhuofan's punch halted, and he jumped back while leaning his head back. Just in time too, as a sword wave was inches from his nose. The sharp golden energy even made his face sting despite not touching him. Boom! The sword wave destroyed a faraway forest in a huge explosion. Fire and dust covered the skies, erasing everything in dozens of miles. That attack was even stronger than his punch. Zhuofan gulped, hovering in the air and sweating bullet. Looking up, he saw a tall man in white, looking rather young. He was holding the heavily wounded Ren Xiaoyun, looking down with a calm gaze. High Venerable. The audience cheered at seeing their savior, bowing in respect. Ren Xiaoyun grinned. High Venerable, you came. You'd be dead if I didn't. High Venerable threw Ren Xiaoyun down. The spectating elders rushed to catch him, looking after his every need. Though Ren Xiaoyun's opinion of them already dropped, disaster came at our doors, and you only now show care? Too little, too late. Ren Xiaoyun remained silent with a dark look. High Venerable laughed and turned to Zhuofan. What problems might you have with Heaven Trailing Sect to cause such a big scene? Heaven Trailing Sword, Xiao Yunshan. Zhuofan squinted, then mocked. You're out at last. I'm Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable Yuan Xingong's disciple, Zhuofan. Shaking, Xiao Yunshan looked at him hard before nodding. I see, so you're the one he mentioned. Your master was very proud of you till the end. I've never seen that look on him before. It even got me curious to see you. But then I heard rumors of Universal Righteous Sect targeting you and that you didn't survive. Who knew I'd survive and come find you? Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Xiao Yunshan, I heard you killed my master. That's why I came here, to take your head. Xiao Yunshan was as calm as ever, turning to the heavily wounded Ren Xiaoyun. That's why you kept him alive, to make me step in. True, but you came rather late. Now your great sect is a dozen soul harmony experts short. Ha ha ha, sorry. But I've been in seclusion and couldn't hear the commotion until now. Xiao Yunshan smiled, not minding his own sect's experts had been mowed down. Zhuofan was puzzled. Is the High Venerable not on good terms with those oldies, or maybe he stands above taunts and ingratiations? Xiao Yunshan spoke. You must have come for revenge. Would you mind answering a question first? I'm the most accommodating to dead men. Ha ha ha, how cocky. Although, Xiao Yunshan looked around and nodded. You do have the power to back it up. I can see now why the old man was so proud of you. You're truly gifted. Only, I just heard that the Demon Scheming Sect is in ruins. Did you do that? Zhuofan nodded. Correct. You knew the Demon Scheming Sect was the old man's most cherished place. Even with the traitorous elders having a hand in killing him, they were all the core of the Demon Scheming Sect. Their death means the end of Demon Scheming Sect and the end of all his efforts. Is this revenge to pay your respect, or get rid of everything? Xiao Yunshan's eyes stared hard, waiting for an answer. Zhuofan's gaze didn't falter, then laughed. Who said I'm taking revenge for Master? Xiao Yunshan was stunned in the end. Master is dead, and he won't come back just because I took revenge. Zhuofan spoke with a sage look. Everyone is looking to avenge themselves, and I'm no different. Demon Scheming Sect had been my master's cherished place, but not mine. I only cared about Master and not the Sect. I even told him that demon scheming Sect will be home as long as he was there. When that ceased, ha ha ha, there's no home without kin. Master had his path and I have mine. Even as Master was killed, I'm sure he still didn't want to see the Sect in ruins. But from how I saw it, every last one of them are his killers. If I don't destroy those bastards, I'd have not let down Master, but myself and my path. Xiao Yunshan, do you get it now? Xiao Yunshan shuddered, looking at the sky in ponder. Elder Yuan's final words echoed loud in his ears. Xie Weiwei, you're damning the Sect. So that's what he meant. Taking a deep breath and turning to Zhuofan, Xiao Yunshan laughed. Ha ha ha, I see it now. Old man, I finally understand why you're so proud of him. He's good, no, great, ha ha ha. Chapter 839, Heaven-Reaching Sword. Chapter 839, Heaven-Reaching Sword. Proofreader, Papatonks. Xiao Yunshan's laughter confused everyone, even Zhuofan. Has the old man gone senile? Why laugh? Did I trigger an epiphany in him? Xiao Yunshan's gaze on Zhuofan was even more appreciative, truly worthy of that old man's praise, having surpassed your master. I'm not talking about strength, but your heart. The old man toiled all his life for the Sect, only to have it fall at your hand. It may look like you went against your master, but you actually received his true inheritance. The old man worked hard on his path, as do you. Moreover, you don't let anything interfere, not hesitating even when your master is involved. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of an inheritance, walking your own path. Old man, you failed in your toil, but rest easy now that you left such a disciple behind. Xiao Yunshan sighed the next moment. His eyes sharpened, staring at Zhuofan with bloodthirst, unleashing sharp winds from all around him. I, however, have my own path I shall stick to. Raising his hand and sticking out 2 fingers, sharp sounds echoed around. I know you came to destroy my Sect, but to me, like your master, the Sect is everything. No matter what, even if you're a junior, when it comes to the fate of the Sect, I'll still fight you despite liking you as I liked your master. Your death is the only way. Zhuofan had a creepy grin. Enough friendliness. Attack already. Very well. Xiao Yunshan slashed with his hand and a sword edge extended from his fingers, coming down on Zhuofan's head like death from above. The immense power of the sharp attack pressured Zhuofan. The incredible power that was enough to split the earth in 2 made Zhuofan gasp and force him down. This is the might of the first sword in the middle 3 sects. Zhuofan squinted. The audience was gaping, but also cheered inside. This is High Venerable. His attack has the power to shake the world. Even the weary Rin Xiaoyun nodded in shock. He never saw High Venerable unleash his ultimate skill, heaven-reaching sword, to such a degree. It only showed how much Xiao Yunshan cared for Zhuofan. The kid is done for with High Venerable's attack. Yeah, High Venerable is different from those other soul harmony experts. He is unique even among the Western lands' soul harmony experts. Yeah, the brat never saw it coming. Heaven Trailing Sect might be the last middle 3 sect, but our High Venerable is the guardian of the sect. The brat is finished, ha ha ha. Despite the cawing grating the 2's ears, it did not affect their mood. Xiao Yunshan showed no reaction to their buttering and Zhuofan showed no panic to their taunts. They were fully committed to the battle, like veterans. They only had eyes for each other. Rumble. The huge and mighty sword strike was imminent. Zhuofan's Qilin arm let out an eerie red glow while his body erupted in golden flames. He wanted to use the half-beast form to withstand the sword attack roar. Zhuofan shouted as he punched, clashing with the huge sword with a loud boom. The shock waves spread everywhere, containing invisible sword energy. Rin Xiaoyun shouted, "Scatter! An ethereal stage cultivator can't take a soul harmony battle's shockwaves." The elders flew away with Ren Xiaoyun. But there were still some ethereal stage disciples lagging behind and falling victims to the stray sword energy whoosh. The traces of sword energy fell like meteor rain upon the entire sect. When one pierced a disciple, the victim was pulverized as well. When it touched the ground, it would leave a crater, shattering any poor devil around it. Cries of agony resounded from every corner, turning this place into the end of days as tens of thousands of disciples met their end. Ren Xiaoyun's group had gotten to a safe distance and were aggrieved by the losses, yet too scared to help. Xiao Yunshan was ignoring all these, focused fully on fighting Zhuofan. Zhuofan's red arm released a scorching glow as he struck above. The two were in a deadlock, but every time they pushed harder, it spelled doom for the rest of Heaven Trailing Sect. The brat is actually so strong. He blocked High Venerable's attack and had our disciples suffer around him. Ren Xiaoyun looked at the two in a deadlock with a grave look. The brat can't be left alive or it's over for us. The elders nodded, grave as well. Good one, kid. My heaven-reaching sword borrows the power of the world to form sword energy. It is like a sword from the heavens above to split the earth below. Few soul harmony experts can take it. I'm amazed you can too. Xiao Yunshan watched as Zhuofan lifted the huge sword. Yuan Xingong had gotten himself a great disciple. Not just any talent can pull this off. Zhuofan showed a smug grin. Only taking it? I think you're underestimating me here, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's left eye flashed with the black thunderflame, then two golden halos in his right eye. The divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame eye were working together. Zhuofan was using them at the same time for the first time ever. Divine eye of the void's second stage, void annihilating thunderflame. Boom! A rumble sounded from above and a black fire pillar shot forth, unleashing its almighty aura. The pillar of fire pierced the sword and reached the heavens crack. Something broke then as Xiao Yunshan watched in disbelief, while his prized heaven-reaching sword crumbled to pieces. All the power he put in it also scattered. Zhuofan capitalized on this opening to use his right fist and break the rest of it, making it turn back into spiritual energy. Xiao Yunshan was overwhelmed. How? His prized skill, heaven-reaching sword, was broken just like that. Ren Xiaoyun and the elders were shocked. They knew the power of heaven-reaching sword, connected with the world and using its power. One had to be way above High Venerable's level to break this flawless skill. So how did it fail now? They had no idea. Zhuofan used void annihilation along with the thunderflame to break it. Nothing in this world could survive the scorching power of the all-destructive thunderflame, let alone a sword made of energy. Whoosh! Zhuofan shot forth for Xiao Yunshan with his scarlet fist ready to draw blood. Xiao Yunshan hastily retreated, using his fingers to release golden sword energy at Zhuofan. Having seen his sword energy's power, Zhuofan knew very well that being kept at a distance would give the old man an advantage. Zhuofan chose thus to not block the attacks, making the decimating golden flame explode around him, and using Divine Eye of the Void's first stage to dance between the attacks and reach Xiao Yunshan. With his punch, Xiao Yunshan felt the brutal power bearing down on him, and he replied by unleashing the heaven-reaching sword once more. A sword from above once again struck Zhuofan, only this time it was at a much closer distance. Dodging now would make some distance between them, and if Zhuofan blocked it, it would result in entering a deadlock like before, letting Xiao Yunshan pull back. It would help Xiao Yunshan regardless of blocking or not. The two tough choices were once again thrown before Zhuofan. Chapter 840, Master. Chapter 840, Master. Proofreader, Papatonks. Knowing the result, Xiao Yunshan was ready to get some distance, since any choice Zhuofan made would give him this chance. He would get away from the brat, and then use the huge sword energy to gain the upper hand. Zhuofan's savage right hand once again came into play, out of his expectations. The guy was determined to block the sword, while having a weird grin on his face. Xiao Yunshan was uneasy, watching as the sword energy and the right hand made contact. The attack went through Zhuofan, tearing him to pieces and then to nothing. Xiao Yunshan rushed to move away, looking puzzled. What's going on here? His punch should block my heaven-reaching sword, so why didn't it now? He was destroyed in a second. Did he use up all his energy? Xiao Yunshan looked around to see the audience was overjoyed. High Venerable is amazing. He killed the kid in an instant. That's our heaven-trailing Sect's guardian. As long as High Venerable is around, heaven-trailing Sect fears no one. High Venerable has grown again, a blessing for our Sect, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun bobbed his head in total agreement. It felt off how Zhuofan got done in just now, but it also made sense in a way. The first time Zhuofan blocked High Venerable's attack, he had time to prepare and inspect it. Even so, it was still tough. But now, High Venerable having unleashed the same destructive attack so close, Zhuofan had a lapse in attention that proved to be fatal. Death would come from just one strike in a battle of experts. Xiao Yunshan was in total disagreement. Having witnessed Zhuo's calm and weird smile, he knew for a fact that wasn't a suicidal one. Xiao Yunshan felt uneasy when he recalled it, and his feeling only grew stronger. High Venerable is amazing. Sir has earned the greatest merit in fighting off the enemy attack. Please receive my and all our elders' respect. Barely getting on his feet, Ren Xiaoyun looked grave, giving Xiao Yunshan a deep bow, with the rest following after him giving an annoyed wave. Xiao Yunshan was feeling restless. Whoosh! A sharp cry came from behind, followed by an icy bloodthirst. Startled, he looked back to see a pitch-black blade in his face. Caught by surprise, Xiao Yunshan worked on instinct, raising 2 fingers to stab with Yuan Qi. The fingers flew before Xiao Yunshan, seeing Zhuofan's weird grin in front of him. Xiao Yunshan, you got soft. Xiao Yunshan's brow shook, feeling pain from below. What he saw made him sigh. He had ended up just like the other soul harmony experts. Cut in two, the black sword had cut through his belly and his soul. Double Dragon Manor's divine weapon, vaulting sword. Xiao Yunshan had blood coming from his mouth, yet he looked quite calm. Zhuofan nodded. You're going about what killed you when you're already dead. Ha ha ha, of course, since the heaven-reaching sword was gleaned while training in Double Dragon Manor. I had the chance to stand 100 meters from this divine weapon and sense its aura. While I don't know its current aura, I can tell it from its appearance. Xiao Yunshan smiled. My skill can block any spiritual weapon for some time, with just this divine weapon able to cut it. Zhuofan said, Your power and heart are high, and I wouldn't have one if not for trickery. You're no ordinary soul harmony expert. I didn't want to kill you either, but you're shielding heaven-trailing Sect and have killed my master. I could never let you go. Ha ha ha, I know that as well. Xiao Yunshan smiled. I shouldn't fight you as you're my old friend's disciple. But with your strength and coming to destroy my Sect, I had to do it to avoid its demise. We each have our reason to kill the other, just that you came out on top and I lost. That's all there is to it. Though I'm curious about one thing. What just happened? Sensing he was close to the end, Zhuofan humored him. I have a lot of great skills, and one of them is capable of setting up a space and creating an illusion. What you have cut was just my illusion while I hid in that space. I waited for you to be consumed by this strange event and struck when your guard was down. I see, so there's a strange skill like that in the world. Xiao Yunshan looked white, looking at Zhuofan through a haze. Such a skill had never been seen in Western lands. I'm sure that the whole world hasn't one user, especially that old man. Although he said you're his disciple, who is your true master? Zhuofan pondered his hopeful gaze. Elder Yuan is my master in Tao that I respect and admire, while the master that passed on his skills to me is someone else. He is a reclusive expert. I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I'm sure he's very strong, stronger than anyone in these lands, already in the Genesis stage. Everything is nothing more than an ant to him. He's better than the Central Area's invincible sword. Invincible? Humph, only an ignorant fool would call himself that. Zhuofan mocked. Even when that master can flick him to death, he still won't proclaim himself invincible. Xiao Yunshan shook and sighed, this is fate. With such a strong master, why did we even go to offend you? Even if you die, your master would come for revenge. Western lands wouldn't be able to stop him and the sect would perish. I had given my all and have no regrets. Old man, I lost to your disciple. You should rest now. Spewing blood, Xiao Yunshan's eyes lost their light as he fell, High Venerable. The elders below were shocked. Their protector, High Venerable, was dead. Everyone was by themselves with fear as they watched the lone figure in the air. How could they let Xie Wu's twisted words entice them and bring about such calamity? Zhuofan looked coldly at the body on the ground and sighed. None of them wanted to fight, but their position made it impossible to avoid a clash. A life is so frustrating. After this frustration, what he loved the most was sending these bastards to hell. Zhuofan's eyes shone and turned on Ren Xiaoyun's group with a twisted smile. The victims shook in terror. A month later, Blackwind Mountain was packed with people, as well as 3 new familiar faces. Chu Qingqing, Yi Lin and Wu Qingqiu. Luo Yunhai saw that everyone was here and began, people, everyone should be familiar with Edifice Lord Chu. She now represents Double Dragon Manor, and has come to investigate the recent sect destructions. The other 2 are Ultimate Clarity Sect's senior brothers Wu Qingqiu and Yi Lin. Everyone bowed in respect and caution. None from Superior 3 sects could be offended, especially from Double Dragon Manor. There's no need for courtesy. We only came to ask some questions. Just think of us as guests. Wu Qingqiu was quite respectful. After our investigation of the Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect, we found not a soul alive, yet also no traces. The more people there are, the more clues there should be. While the less there are, the more powerful they had to be. As we have nothing to go on as of now, we could only ask the help of the greatest faction closest to the 2 sects, the Luo Alliance. Everyone jerked. Are you suspecting us? The sudden outburst got everyone to turn to Yi Lin. Ha ha ha. Sorry, but have some self-respect. None of us are fools here. You're the last suspects if you ever were, especially with your strength. Yi Lin mocked, earning angry glares. We may be weaker than you, but are you looking down on us by voicing it? Chu Qingqing mediated. Sorry, everyone, he's always so rude. Don't mind him. We only came to understand something. Who knows where Zhuofan's master is? Chapter 841, Special Background. Chapter 841, Special Background. Proofreader, Papatonks. Steward Zhuo's master. Everyone present was taken aback. Then they started talking amongst themselves in hushed tones. The members present here were all from the Tianyu Empire, and many from the former 7 noble houses. Yet all here, once foe or friend, looked into Zhuofan with no results. Chu Qingqing's sudden question had them thinking again. With Zhuofan's capacity for power and shrewdness, just where's his master? That's what we'd like to know too. Edifice Lord Chu, you're asking the wrong person. All of us are in the dark as well. Steward Zhuo came from the Luo clan, so you're better off asking them. An elder of X-Sword Marquis' abode pointed to Luo Yunhai on his main seat. The others bobbed their heads. Yeah, you should be asking the Luo clan. Steward Zhuo is theirs. If they don't know, no one does. Luo Yunhai shrugged. People, Brother Zhuo might have come from the Luo clan, but not even we know how he got all those skills. I believe that all of you, having roamed Tianyu for decades, are far wiser and capable of getting some hints into his background. You think we'd have lost to you so badly if we'd known already? Rolling their eyes, the people from Hell Valley, Pill King Hall and many others twisted their heads away in annoyance. Wu Qingqiu's team frowned. Did Zhuofan just pop out of a rock or something? There were so many powers in Tianyu, yet none figured out his master? Luo Yunhai shook his head and cupped his hands. Sorry, senior brother Wu. Brother Zhuo had grown up in the Luo clan just like any ordinary person. Only after the Luo clan was facing disaster did Brother Zhuo reveal his talent. Not once had he ever remotely mentioned anything about his master either, so we didn't press the issue either. Even though you came a long way to check on his background, I'm sorry to say that not even we know. How can that be? Wu Qingqiu was stumped. Chu Qingqing looked disappointed, hoping to get a trace of Zhuofan through them, that maybe. Though we didn't get anything. Yi Lin was calm as a cucumber, though he was smart not to show it, only displaying a vague smile. Zhuofan's master was among the greatest in sacred domain, and the oldest. It was obvious they were clueless. This secret was privy to a very few sacred beasts and himself, a sacred beast inheritor. Others would ever know such a heavy secret. Not like they deserve it, humph. Yi Lin dangled one leg over the other, looking quite smug. The grasp of secrets embodies the gap between people, ha ha ha. Just as the investigation hit a dead end, an aged voice said, "Last Chu-Chu, why exactly are you looking into Zhuofan anyway? Are you perhaps suspecting that the fall of the three sects have something to do with him?" Chu Qingqing looked back at the group with hope. The one to call her that had to be an elder close to her from years back, Uncle Jiu. Chu Qingqing turned to Elder Jiu from the X-Veiled Dragon Pavilion, God I Long Jiu. He was the first senior involved with Zhuofan in Tianyu. The two grew so close they became brothers. God I Long Jiu had to know something about Zhuofan. Chu Qingqing bowed in joy. "Uncle Jiu, how have you been all these years?" God I Long Jiu smiled. "Ha ha ha, still kicking, though aggrieved having heard of Brothers was passing. If only I had the strength, I would've." Long Jiu's eye flashed with bloodthirst. Chu Qingqing clenched her fists. "Yeah, they don't have the power, or they'd have long destroyed the demon scheming sect." Wu Qingqiu sighed at the sudden shift in mood, also saddened. As a member of the investigation team, he didn't come to incite revenge though. So he bowed. "Junior sister Qingqing sees Sir as Uncle Jiu, so I'll be presumptuous to call Sir that as well, despite my inadequacies." "Oh, there's no need for that, young Master Wu." Long Jiu returned the bow. Wu Qingqiu was nice and very polite without any arrogance. He was still a disciple from a superior three sect, not to mention in the ethereal stage. Long Jiu would never take advantage, and presume himself his elder. Wu Qingqiu smiled. "Uncle Jiu is too kind. It's only natural to treat seniors as such. Moreover, I also notice Sir has been referring to Zhuofan as brother. I would be very grateful if Uncle Jiu would be willing to answer some questions." "Young Master Wu, please ask away." Long Jiu bowed as Wu Qingqiu did. Wu Qingqiu nodded. "Uncle Jiu, to be quite honest, we suspect the culprit in the destruction of the three sects to have come from outside our lands, or someone taking revenge for what happened to Zhuofan a year ago. Thus I ask for everyone's help, in telling us if Zhuofan had been close to anyone in Tianyu besides you all. As far as I know, his skills did not come from the demon scheming sect, so where could they come from?" "Are you implying that his master took revenge?" Long Jiu cried out. The others jumped, perking their ears to not miss a thing. "It has to be. To train an abomination like Zhuofan, the power achieving this must be a force to be reckoned with." They had begun to have an inkling just how great his background was. It was not like just any average power could just ruin three sects in Western lands overnight. The ones to rejoice the most were the X-houses. Thank God Zhuofan won in the fight for Tianyu. If he lost at our hands, then Tianyu would have been plunged into hell. When it destroyed the demon scheming sect, of Western lands 9 sects, ruining Tianyu would have been child's play if they thought about it, so that's why he was so obnoxious. I always felt it off. His backing explains it. Demon scheming sect never figured it out, so that's why they're now 6 feet under. That's what you get for messing with someone stronger than you, thinking you're better. So easy when you have no clue who's behind him. Everyone sighed. Only Long Jiu pondered. Brothers was master, well, he did mention it once, though I'm not sure if it was real or not. Really, who? Wu Qingqiu lit up. Long Jiu was grave. Overlord 9 Serenities. Of. Wu Qingqiu's group was stunned. Overlord 9 Serenities? Is there someone like that in Western lands? Yi Lin almost did a spit take. Is that a reference to 9 Serenities sovereign? Elder brother, are you toying with these yokels for not knowing about the 10 sovereigns? Everyone around looked perplexed. Uncle Jiu, Overlord 9 Serenities does sound great, but I'm ashamed to say I've never heard of him. Who is he? Where does he come from? Wu Qingqiu asked. Long Jiu shook his head. I don't know. He just dropped that full of smiles, so I always thought it was a joke. Now that you're asking about his master, it feels like it might be true. Overlord 9 Serenities. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shone. Who is he? No one in the entire world with any amount of name to himself or power knows such a person. Do any of you know? Wu Qingqiu turned to the rest, only to see them stumped. Wu Qingqiu frowned. He came to know more about Zhuofan and got a clue, only to have more questions left unanswered. Overlord 9 Serenities. What the hell is that anyway? Sounds as grand as the best in the central area, invincible sword, but never heard of him. Yi Lin played dumb while his senior brother was getting nowhere. Why don't you go ask Devil Mountain? A girl spoke. Wu Qingqiu's team turned to Lei Yuding, Luo clan's Shadow Corps captain. Lei Yuding continued, when the Luo clan was stationed in Blackwind Mountain, Zhuofan took me to set up the arrays around it. I overheard him say something about creating a second Devil Mountain here. Maybe that's where his master is. Wu Qingqiu had found a direction at long last, though his hopeful look was met with equally lost gazes. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. No point asking about Devil Mountain then. Where the hell is that even? The more we dig, the more secretive Zhuofan's background is. All I got for my questions are more questions. Where should they go next? Wu Qingqiu sighed. Brother Zhuo, did you really pop out of thin air? Why can't we find anything about you? Chapter 842, Overlord 9 Serenities. Chapter 842, Overlord 9 Serenities. Proofreader, Papatonks. With his hair billowing in the wind, a tall and bright man stood on a tall peak, looking free and easy. This made the deep sigh that came after from this eminent middle-aged man as he watched the sky uncharacteristic whoosh. 3 people suddenly landed in front of him and bowed. Elder Du, have you learned anything from your investigation in Tianyu? Elder Du looked at them and asked, is the destruction of the beast taming sect, demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect related to Zhuofan? Or did someone else have a hand in it? The trio shook their heads with a sigh. Elder Du was confused. Was that a tough question? If Zhuofan has a strong force behind him, we'd continue our investigation in this direction. If not, that leaves our revenge, and we can focus on the powers coming into Western Land. This may very well be the first time Western Lands has been assaulted and requires the Exalted's full attention in looking into the 3 areas. Once again, people are suffering. Elder Du gave a bemoaning sigh while the trio hung their heads with heavy looks. Elder Du was curious. What's wrong with you? Just what did you find? Elder Du, we have found something about Zhuofan's background, although Wu Qingqiu hesitated. Luo clan, his home in Tianyu, has now gathered many clans and formed the Luo alliance. Their growth is swift, beyond anything a small nation could become. It's steadily heading towards becoming a top empire. Elder Du cut him off impatiently. I know of Luo alliance. No matter how fast it grows, it's nowhere near capable of destroying even the weakest sect of Western lands, especially not without some noise. Only an absolute power can pull it off. They, are way behind. They may have the motive, but since they lack the power, they've been ruled out. Now, is there any other power? Well, there might possibly be just one. The trio exchanged looks and Wu Qingqiu hesitated. Elder Du found it strange. Wu Qingqiu, you're always calm and collected about everything, so why are you dawdling? Speak up, what did you find? Elder Du, Have you heard of Devil Mountain or Overlord 9 Serenities? Wu Qingqiu probed. Elder Du asked, where is that supposed to be? Who's Overlord 9 Serenities? I just knew Sir hadn't heard of them either. You think I'd know every damn name in the vast western lands? You think I have time to learn some nobody's name? Elder Du huffed. Wu Qingqiu sighed. If only he were a nobody. The master of Double Dragon Gathering's best disciple, Zhuofan, is Overlord 9 Serenities from Devil Mountain. Being the master of the future best in Western lands can't be said to be a nobody in some way. You're saying he taught Zhuofan? Elder Du turned solemn. Since Zhuofan had always been showing remarkable and bizarre skills, some of the likes Western lands has never seen, then the master has to be just as monstrous. But the name and location? Elder Du frowned, while the trio waited for him to come up with a response. As he was racking his brain, an elder and 3 familiar figures came over. Yan Mo, Wen Tao and Xie Tianshang Double Dragon Manor had formed 3 investigation teams. Chu Qingqing's went to Tianyu to look into Zhuofan's Avenger, while Yan Mo's checked out Beast Taming Sect's side. In Quanrong, the Beast Taming Sect was the only one unrelated to Zhuofan. If the investigation in Tianyu reached a dead end, at least over there could offer some clues, but by the looks of them, it was plain to see nothing came of it. For God's sake, what kind of ridiculous power did the attackers on the Beast Taming Sect have? It's too crafty. There's not a trace left in the Beast Taming Sect, with the entire Quanrong being clueless as well. The imperial capital had lost a large part of imperial members overnight, yet none was the wiser. This definitely stinks. The fat elder shook his head while whining about his lack of result. Chu Qingqing bowed. Greetings, Elder O. It's fine. So damn annoying. Elder O waved her off while still whining. Yan Mo sighed. What a waste of time. The culprit left not one damn thing behind, none. I'm really starting to think a Western lands outsider did this. Wu Qingqiu frowned. Besides outside influence, the only viable suspect would be Zhuofan's Avenger, though his investigation had hit a snag. Alas, they had let the clues slip right through their fingers. Zhuofan had wiped Beast Taming Sect and Demon Scheming Sect from this world, down to the last soul, while none saw him, though he did leave a trail in Quanrong's imperial capital. They just had to look closer and they'd have caught a glimpse of Zhuofan's ghost appearing among mortals, though the Quanrong Emperor censored anything related to him in the imperial capital right after. He didn't fear Zhuofan being found out, but that the destruction of the Beast Taming Sect had something to do with his clan, earning the ire of Beast Taming Sect's elders. It was best keeping a scandal in the family, or they might even be overthrown if word got out they were involved. Quanrong Emperor covered for Zhuofan, but more for his scandal, since there was common interest with all of Quanrong. Tight-lipped, Yan Mo's team had no success. Old Du, what are you mumbling about? Can't I even get a hello? Elder O saw Elder Du pensive and found it odd. Elder Du said, Old O, ever heard of Devil Mountain or an expert calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities in all your years roaming the Western lands? Where did you hear that taunting title? Elder O asked. Anyone calling himself Overlord 9 Serenities is asking for it. He'd be thrashed the minute one was foolish enough to utter it. Only that invincible sword dares call himself like that, though no one in all the lands could beat him. This Overlord 9 Serenities sounds just about the same. But that would mean peak Genesis stage. Elder Du shook his head. Right? If Overlord 9 Serenities is so powerful, he'll be a calamity upon Western lands. We can't go looking into this case any longer. We best stay far away from it instead. Who is Overlord 9 Serenities anyway? Did you piss him off? Seeing Elder Du so helpless, Elder O asked. Elder Du was vague. I know not how he looks or his cultivation, so how could I piss him off? Demon Scheming Sect and the rest probably did, though, to earn their destruction. They say he's Zhuofan's master. What? Elder O cried out. You're telling me that his master destroyed sects out of revenge for his disciple? Just who is Overlord 9 Serenities? How strong is he? I don't recall any in Western, the whole world bearing that title. Elder Du sighed. I know that, but to call himself such, he can't be a pushover. You said it yourself. To use such a taunting title, he had to be able to back it up. What's most important is that he's Zhuofan's master. With the disciple such a monster, what would that make the master? This clears things up. Elder O spoke firmly. This is a classic case of revenge by annihilating sections. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are done, for which means the next is Heaven Trailing Sect. Everyone cried out, but Heaven Trailing Sect isn't a lower 3 sect like the others. It has a dozen soul harmony experts and the renowned Heaven Trailing Sword with his Heaven Reaching Sword protecting it. Taking it out will be harder. Elder Du analyzed, the others nodded, with Elder O looking tense. However, if that Overlord 9 Serenities is in Genesis stage as we surmised. Elder Du's heart sank and his face was hard. Shui Ruohua's team, led by her elder, rushed over, shouting, "This is bad. We went to check Heaven Trailing Sect only to find that the entire sect is destroyed just like the others." A what? Chapter 843 Dragon Breath Pills Power. Chapter 843 Dragon Breath Pills Power. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. With the breaking news of Heaven Trailing Sect's destruction, the 3 teams now trailed the sunny skies at full speed to reach Universal Righteous Sect. Old Du, if Overlord 9 Serenities wants revenge, then the next target is definitely the Universal Righteous Sect. Elder O said as the two flew shoulder to shoulder. Elder Du nodded with a frown. Wu Qingqiu spoke up at this point. Universal Righteous Sect is a superior 3 sect, with many Genesis stage cultivators, not like the previous 2 categories. I just can't see how it's possible for it to end up the same as the others. Child, you're too young, having yet to witness true experts. Elder O sighed. You must have heard by now of Danqing Shen trampling on the 10 sections. Did you think he wasn't strong enough to destroy one, even a superior 3 sect? Humph, it was Western Lands rules that stopped him. He's part of Western Lands after all. But this Overlord 9 Serenities is ready to kill down to the last soul to take revenge for his disciple. Coupled with Danqing Shen's strength, then a puny Universal Righteous Sect stands no chance at all. In front of true and ultimate power, a sect is nothing more than a house of cards, left to be stomped under his foot at his whim. Elder O's eyes flashed with a deep look, fearful of such display of raw force. Wu Qingqiu shuddered and nodded. Yen Mo mocked. Elder O, since he's so mighty, with even a superior 3 sect worthless, won't that makes us small fries? No. As we represent Double Dragon Manor, someone with the authority to move all of Western Lands forces. Elder Du's eyes flashed. As long as he's not dead set on it, we can leverage our names to talk it out. Not just anyone is willing to become a public enemy of the entire Western Lands. Not even Danqing Shen of old. And if he is dead set on revenge, well, Yenemo asked, to which Elder Du sighed, then it'll be a second invincible sword. Invincible sword. Yes, going by his rumored strength, he alone has the capacity to fight an area's entire force. Elder Du spoke heavily. Only with the alliance made up of the other 4 areas could we stop his advance. However, now he has reached peak Genesis stage, from which he can't advance an inch. If there was a stage beyond Genesis stage, he'd have achieved it with his talent, becoming the undisputed strongest man in the world. His invincible title is warranted. The others grew tense at the revelation. Yi Lin's eyes flickered with the flames of battle. The only reason Invincible Sword was stuck at that level was because the mortal domain had a limit imposed on it, though how did he train to reach such great power then? I wonder who'd win if I'd reach Genesis stage, a sacred beast inheritor or a mere human. The thirst for battle thrummed in Yi Lin's heart, surging like a volcano. Look, we're almost at the Universal Righteous Sect. Elder Du pointed in the distance, at a verdant forest. Let's hurry up. Boom! An explosion of fire like no other erupted and drowned his words. The golden inferno rose beyond the clouds, like it had swallowed the heavens. The heat wave came next, slamming into them like a hammer. The three elders cried out, "Protect the disciples!" The elders unleashed their Yuan Qi, and with the world's power, they formed a shield in front. It proved to be of no use, as a shock wave came and blew it to pieces. It attacked the elders and forced them to spew blood, before sending them flying. The next were the disciples, faring no better, spilling blood from their mouths and falling unconscious. An hour had to pass for them to come to, but what they were seeing was nothing their tiny minds could prepare them of. The devastation for thousands upon thousands of miles. Not a blade of grass grew. Any sign to indicate a lush and verdant forest once grew here was now gone, replaced by ashes and burning soot. Elder Du spat blood once more. What the hell is this? Why is there's nothing left? We must have arrived just as the explosion happened. But for even we, in the Genesis stage, to suffer such heavy wounds, I can only dread what power it has at its epicenter. Elder O got up on shaky legs, his words waking everyone up. Right? The Universal Righteous Sect was just there. Then, looking ahead, all they saw were golden flames billowing higher and higher. Its searing hit burning on their skin, so strong it evaporated the blood they just spilled. It worked on their bodies as well, baking them alive and drying them up in just 15 minutes. Chu Qingqing found this view eerily familiar. Her eyes filled with tears as she muttered, "Zhuofan." What? The elders jerked. "Qingqing, what are you saying?" Chu Qingqing sobbed. On the day of Zhuofan's death, the same inferno happened, spreading for 500 miles, taking even his body. This fire may be much stronger, but I'll never forget such flames. The elders looked at each other in realization. "Junior brother, this fire feels similar to yours." Wu Qingqiu asked Yi Lin, rolling his eyes. Yi Lin huffed, "Senior brother, are you mocking me? This is far more powerful and concentrated. If I had this in the Double Dragon gathering, I wouldn't have lost." "Really?" Wu Qingqiu eyed him, still suspicious. Yi Lin was faking it on purpose. Of all the natural golden flames in the world, he knew only one that held such unbridled power, decimating dragon ancestors, decimating golden flame. As to how it ended up here, he was positive Zhuofan got a dragon breath pill from the dragon ancestor. Elder brother, what a waste of a dragon breath pill to use it here. He knew the dragon breath pill Zhuofan got was a sacred beast's strongest attack. That thing he used was a mere toy. Throwing such a dragon breath pill around the mortal domain was like burning ants, an utter waste. Yi Lin sighed inside. That's supposed to be used to save yourself, not get revenge. Let's see what exactly happened. The elders nodded with grave looks. They all knew the Universal Righteous Sect had been wiped out, but an investigation still had to take place. The three elders carried their damaged bodies as they led the disciples towards the inferno. Zhuofan was walking away from the blaze in a black robe and with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, dragon breath pill is the best. I just poke a hole in the sect barrier then threw it in. No matter how many Genesis stage and Soul Harmony stage experts it has, they're all toast." This had to be the easiest revenge yet for Zhuofan. He didn't have to waste time and sully his eyes with their presence. Just throw something in and send them to their maker, worthy of dragon ancestors' true power. Though seeing such destruction, Zhuofan found it unbearable, not remorse for anybody, but that the dragon breath pill was such a waste here. Though he used it in the end, wiping any sign of life from every corner. Humming a tune, Zhuofan walked on. But then he frowned as he looked further ahead. Someone's coming? Whether friend or foe, an away team or a fugitive, I'll know once I'll look. Zhuofan's right eye flashed in 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. The air rippled under his power, forming a barrier. Zhuofan entered it and vanished from the world. All he left behind was a world of flames. Chapter 844 Heart's Reaction. Chapter 844 Heart's Reaction. Proofreader, Papatongs. Whoosh. The blistering heat coming off the golden inferno burned anything and warped the air. Chu Qingqing and the other teams from Double Dragon Manor soon arrived, where no living being could survive. Even the Genesis stage elders were feeling the hot air burning their throats, to say nothing of the disciples. They all looked pained and panting for breath, like staying here any longer would directly sap their life. For God's sake, how can a human do this? Everywhere they looked, all they saw was golden flames, and even more golden flames. Elder Du's face watched in shock. The Superior 3 Sect, Universal Righteous Sect, had been destroyed in a flash. Is this the power of Devil Mountain's Overlord 9 Serenities? Overlord 9 Serenities and Devil Mountain? Zhuofan, in his little hidey-hole, had his heart jump at that name. How did they come to know that? Soon he figured they must have looked into Tianyu. Double Dragon Manor started investigating the destruction of Western Lands sections. Great, pinning it all on the fake Overlord 9 Serenities should buy some time before Double Dragon Manor gets to the real answer. Who knew the little joke he pulled ages ago in Tianyu would be so useful? If Double Dragon Manor had kept investigating, they'd soon catch up to him, and that wouldn't do. While he feared no one, he wasn't looking for trouble either, and getting chased to death all the time wasn't a good thing. Obliterating 4 sects of Western Lands was a heavy crime from which he could never escape. Did Overlord 9 Serenities do this? Elder O looked around in shock. There's just no way. No person could have such power. I bet not even the world's strongest, invincible sword could pull this off. You mean something stinks around here? Elder O's eyes flashed at Elder Du's words. This can't be done by just one man. There has to be another explanation we've yet to figure out. Maybe something volatile was happening beneath Universal Righteous Sect that he made use of to do this. Why else then, of all the other sects, only the Universal Righteous Sect ended up like this? In any case, I refuse to believe that a cultivator could be so strong. His analysis earned the nods of others. Of course, if he's so powerful, what's the point of investigating anyway, since they'd end up killed all the same? If not, the whole Western Lands would fall. But if it were like Elder O said, using the Earth's unstable power to create such a disaster, then he wouldn't be as strong. We could fight him. Zhuofan nodded inside. At least there's someone in the team that can use his head. Yes, there's no one in mortal domain capable of such might. As this was the strongest attack of a sacred beast from sacred domain that none in the mortal domain had ever heard of, coming to the conclusion the power of the earth was borrowed instead was not a bad logic. This, however, meant the team would keep going and affect Zhuofan in turn. Yi Lin was well aware, though clueless, how to ease this problem. Elder O, maybe Overlord 9 Serenities didn't do this by himself, but the entire Devil Mountain perhaps. Do you think by finding this sect, can Western Lands fight it? The elders shook and grew tense. Right. A guy doesn't have the power, but if Devil Mountain was packed with experts, then anyone could resort to such cruelty. This proves their sect is stronger than Western Lands. There was no point in looking further into it when they couldn't even beat it. Impossible. Elder O spoke with determination among the hesitant looks. Kid, look closely at this catastrophe. Could all the power of the world gathered together recreate it? That's why only the world's power can be the culprit, and not a man's. I still believe Overlord 9 Serenities used this method to shake us, a mere bluff. Also, we would mistake his level and drop the investigation. This only proves he hasn't that kind of power Western Lands should fear. How else would you explain his secretive actions, vanishing after ruining every sect? Even as we came here, we saw no sign of anyone around, clearly done to cover his track. Elder O sputtered on in a loud tone, finding his logic even more sound. It even sounded smug for being so smart. The others nodded their heads. When did the old coot's melon get so sharp? Even Zhuofan had to give him credit. He might believe the old guy's logic if he hadn't done this himself, only Yi Lin was not about to let it go, sighing, "What if going after Overlord 9 Serenities is us playing with fire? When we face him, what then? There's no what if. I don't believe anyone is almighty unless I see him for myself. Like hell, he's even more unstoppable than that invincible sword." Elder O flicked his hand, looking smug and convinced, buying into his own excuse. The others nodded, finding the logic sound and continuing the investigation. Zhuofan chuckled with a shake of his head. Having ruined 4 sects in Western lands, it was safe to say, the sooner he left here, the better. Zhuofan gave one pair of eyes, with the golden inferno reflected within, one last look, finding it hard to look away. We won't be seeing again, Qingqing. SSS. As thunder exploded, he saw sparked lighting flashing between his hands. Startled, Zhuofan watched the thunder ring flicker to life. Chu Qingqing's own ring reacted the same. Zhuofan looked at the 2 rings in shock. How? This space is cut off from reality, so how are the thunder rings reacting? As this ring had been with its master for so long, it molded to his true nature. The yearning Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing had for each other triggered the rings, breaching the confines of this space. Zhuofan? Chu Qingqing looked at the thunder ring in shock, her eyes tearing up as she cried out and searched everywhere. Zhuofan, you're not dead. You're here, aren't you? Zhuofan ain't dead. The elders turned to her. Qingqing, what are you saying? How do you know that? Chu Qingqing only cried out Zhuofan's name, her eyes filled with hope. She knew that only his thunder ring could connect with hers. These rings were their O's. Junior sister Qingqing, maybe you just think you saw him from how much you long for him. Zhuofan is dead, so how can he be here? Yi Lin started, if they find elder brother, then he'll become Western Land's enemy. While shouting, he rushed to Chu Qingqing, holding her hand and the ring, hiding its luster. Chu Qingqing only knew him and Zhuofan as enemies, and that didn't change. His sudden action earned her hatred. Beat it! I know you only see Zhuofan as your enemy and can't wait for him to die. But he's still alive and he's here. Zhuofan, it's me, Qingqing. Come out. Yi Lin shrugged, his kindness scorned. What good will it do calling him out? You're just letting Western lands hound him. This chick has lost it, thinking my gesture was out of ill will. If only you weren't sister-in-law. Yi Lin gnashed his teeth. Use your souls to scan the area. The elders immediately started looking around for any signs, but all they sensed was the searing heat. The 3 elders shook their heads, sighing at Chu Qingqing's frantic cries. Is this how an excellent disciple fell into darkness by the loss of her husband? Chapter 845, Scared to Death. Chapter 845, Scared to Death. Proofreader, Papatonks. Qingqing, don't do this. Zhuofan's gone. He's not here. Chu Qingqing was frantic in her search, and cried even as Shui Ruohua and Danner hugged her, tearing up at her pain. The others shook their heads. This is called being obsessed. Chu Qingqing did not listen to reason, shaking her head and pointing at the flashing ring with joy. Senior sister. He's still alive and here too. Just look, only we have this pair of rings, and they only react when the other is around. This is his keepsake. He's definitely here. Chu Qingqing was desperate in convincing everyone of this reality, but they only saw it as her lying to herself, wanting to believe with every fiber that Zhuofan was in this world. Qingqing, I may not know that ring, but we have scanned this place for 100 miles around, yet there's no one here but us. Elder Du soothed. Chu Qingqing bit her lip, not giving up. No, he's close by. It's just that you can't find him. No one can find him with his skills. Only I, as his wife, know in my being that he is here. That's enough, Chu Qingqing. Elder O shouted in anger. a vein popping on his forehead. We're Genesis stage experts, yet you're saying we can't even find some brat? We can find something as small as an ant, let alone him. Since we did not find him, then he isn't here. How long are you going to continue this crazy act? Glaring at him, Chu Qingqing still called out Zhuofan's name. Zhuofan, it's me, your wife. Please come to me. Don't just stand there, take her away. Elder O's patience was at an end as he stared at Wu Qingqiu bobbing his head. He went to Chu Qingqing with a sigh. Junior sister Qingqing, there's something off about the ring, I'm sure of it. Zhuofan is gone now and there's no way he can be here. Let's just get you back to Double Dragon Manor and get some rest. No, the ring never lied to me. He's here. Struggling with all she had, Chu Qingqing kept crying out, Zhuofan. In his sealed space, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and shut his eyes. Even though tears gathered at the corners, he knew he shouldn't have met her, because he could not take the parting. Qingqing. The heart prevailed in the end and Zhuofan spoke in a low tone. All shuddered at the heavy tone, unable to overcome their shock. Chu Qingqing was overjoyed. Zhuofan, is it really you? I knew you're alive. Is Zhuofan actually alive? The elders looked around frantically. With him alive, the case of the Sect's destruction has a solution. Yet no amount of searching helped. A laughter came then. Ha ha ha, 3 imps trying to scan with your souls in face of yours truly? How pitiful! With a whoosh, black thunder flame erupted from that space. As high as a kilometer and spreading for miles and miles, the black thunder flame took the shape of a giant with golden eyes, the flame within like 2 erupting volcanoes. The sheer dread coming off him slammed into the 3 Genesis stage elders. They shuddered and felt like mere insects that could be stomped at any time. This. All craned their necks to watch the black fire giant, feeling their knees going soft at its power. Yilin fared no better despite knowing the truth behind it. He gulped. What is this? Did the 9 Serenities sovereign descend? This power was at the level of his master, and only the 10 sovereigns wielded it. Everyone knows 9 Serenities sovereign is missing, so how can he suddenly be in the mortal domain? Yilin was too shocked to make any sense of it. When a sacred beast inheritor was scared, much couldn't be said about the rest. Looking white as paper and gasping for breath, the 3 Genesis stage elders were overcome with fear, looking at the huge face gazing at them with scorn. Ha ha ha, weren't you great before, you weaklings? Did the cat get your tongue? As senior Elder Du's shaky voice barely got a word out as he bowed. May I know who senior is? The 2 golden balls of fire flashed as he cackled. Ha ha ha, mistaking respect for fear. I've heard this saying many times, but weren't you 3 pipsqueaks shouting about wanting to see me? You won't believe it until you see it, right? Well, here I am. Do you believe it now? Overlord 9 Serenities. SSS. The elders gasped in shock. Elder O, who had analyzed Overlord 9 Serenities' power just now, almost soiled his pants. The sheer power rolling off this giant was enough to rob them of all of their courage. They knew now Universal Righteous Sect's demise wasn't made by borrowing power, but by unquestionable might. Overlord 9 Serenities had never been seen before, but now they felt it all too well. The destructive power he wielded. The trio fell to their knees on the spot. Senior, please forgive our foolish words of ignorance. Ha ha ha, brats, do you take me for someone as petty as you? The black giant mocked. The Missy has gone against your words and contradicted you, yet you wanted to attack a helpless woman? Humph, who knows how pissed off I'd be over the last 300 millennium if I were as petty as you. SSS. Gasping for the 3rd time, they all looked in shock. Oh hell, 300,000 years. What the hell is he? Even the oldest sect in Western lands is barely 10,000 years old, but this guy is 300 times that? For crying out loud, he's an old freak through and through. What invincible sword, he's nothing to this guy. No wonder he's so amazing and overpowered. Wonder what stage he's at. Definitely above Genesis stage. The trio broke out in sweat, scared to death from even moving. Ignoring them, the black giant stared down at Chu Qingqing with a sigh. He waved and a flickering ring floated down. Qingqing, may I call you that? Is this what you were looking for? The ring rested in Chu Qingqing's palm, staring at the keepsake belonging to Zhuofan. This is Zhuofan's. Chu Qingqing looked at the giant, wanting to ask more but too afraid to know the truth. The giant spoke. Child, forget about him. He won't be coming back. Chu Qingqing's fist shook. I had founded Devil Mountain 300,000 years ago, when no one could stand up to me. Recalling ancient memories, the black giant spoke. But after 200,000 years, I grew tired, focusing on understanding Tao and entered seclusion, vanishing from the world. As it happened, in my rare travels in between across the world, I have met with disciples worthy of note. Zhuofan is one such disciple. To understand Tao, one must live in the world, then rise above it. Most disciples do not roam the lands, but Zhuofan was still young, and so I let him go before taking him back to dwell on the experiences. I thought the skills I passed on to him were enough to safeguard him. But never have I imagined he'd be tricked by some rotten people. This is life, this is fate. The black giant sighed, and mourning the elders broke out in sweat. It's obvious now that it was revenge, but it's not like we can do anything to him either. Didn't you hear him? He was already at the top of the world 300,000 years ago, stopping all infighting before withdrawing. He's on a different level than our petty wars. All of Western Land's power won't be enough to even scratch him. Not to mention Devil Mountain isn't made up of one man. There's still plenty of disciples. If they come out, what would happen to the world? The elders were scared to death. Looking into this case any further would poke the hornet's nest. Not even the invincible sword would be so stupid. That you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.